Hello, everybody.
Welcome to PokéPasta Bingo with my lovely girlfriend and co-host Rylan.
Hello.
We have some creepy music playing to go along with the creepy atmosphere of the stuff that just happened before I tried to start the stream.
Surprised that the computer is haunted and made the mouse disappear. It
Yeah,
ate it.
yeah, no, for just absolutely no reason, my mouse disappeared while I was trying to start the stream. I don't know why this happened, but I fixed it. Link is in the description for the music. I will put links in the description for the PokéPastas, as we read
As we
them.
go along. Yeah.
Yeah. There is also a bingo sheet. I linked it on my Twitter. I am also going to attempt to put up a picture of it now so you guys can get a look at it. If I can manage, that is. Let's hope my mouse doesn't decide to disappear again.
And I will be keeping track of every Pokemon creepypasta we read and where they fall into on this bingo sheet. So I am doing that, and I will keep the titles at the top where the disclaimer is.
Speaking of,
So
could
I
you
will be
read
doing
that disclaimer real quick for me?
Yes, I can. If I can go to the actual sheet. There we go. Now, please do note that that having any of these does not mean it's a bad creepypasta necessarily. It's perfectly okay to have cliches so long as you use them creatively. So, we are not saying that any of these creepypastas, just because they have these tropes or cliches, are bad fics. Some of these creepypastas are very well done and have notoriety in the Pokemon fandom for a goddamn reason. Either because they're the originators of some of these cliches, or they just do it in a really interesting way that makes people memorize them.
Yeah.
And that's perfectly okay and fine. However,
However,
comma, there are some fics that we have chosen that are so bad that don't use them creatively at all and just are really bad. So just in general,
yeah.
cliches do not necessarily just speak to the quality of the fic. However, the more you have, and the more that you use them not very well, the worse it is. So,
One of my favorites, and I say favorites because it's so bad, but I love it. I'm pretty sure has multiple of these and probably has a bingo actually.
yeah, it for sure has a bingo. I'm very sure of it.
I'm pretty sure most of the things we're going to be reading today have bingo, which, by the way, I currently have it up on screen right now. But if you want a better look at it, just go on my Twitter with the link. I gave I put an image, I put a PNG of it there. I'm taking it off now because it's been up there for a bit, and it's gonna hide the actual text, which I will be reading for you all. After I slightly turn down the music because it is kind of loud.
Yeah.
In my ears.
Yeah, so that's that disclaimer. Don't get our asses when we get bingo on perfectly good creepypastas.
I'll actually be commenting as we go, talking about the stuff I do and don't like about them. But before we do that, general content warning. These are creepypastas. They get into creepy territory, as is in the name. So, content warning for anything of the following, and potentially more, mentions of murder, suicide, and violence, death of animals, potentially children, and just death in general. There will be potentially images on screen for some of them, so there may be some unsettling visuals, and Satan.
Yeah, just generally, like, gore and death are your trigger warnings for this.
Yeah.
So if you have those as triggers, you definitely don't want to watch this. Uh, just come back on maybe Halloween when Anthony will be streaming. I don't know if I'll be there, but Anthony will be streaming on Halloween day. Come back then and stay safe right before you. Yeah, stay safe and have a happy Halloween. Uh, whether or not you come to the stream on Halloween.
For those who are staying with us, get a blanket, a nice drink, and turn off the lights as we read Pokemon Creepypastas.
Or alternatively, go on and turn on the lights and burrito up and cower in fear, because that would be my instinctual response to hearing turn off the lights would be, nope, I'm doing the opposite actually. So.
Anyway,
So
we're going to be reading some classics. There are probably some in here you probably heard of before, but most of these you definitely have heard of if you know anything about Pokemon Creepypastas.
yep.
I, personally, am very excited to do this because I don't remember when we thought of this, but we thought of
Yeah,
this
we thought of this a while ago.
It has basically been on the back burner for a Halloween stream.
Yeah.
Anyway, let us start with Pokemon Lost Silver, a classic.
Okay. Yep.
You see, I am a simple college student living alone in an apartment. I'm very enthusiastic about the release of Pokemon Heart Gold / Soul Silver here in the States. I have purposely locked myself out of all media and the internet aside for school purposes. That means no 4chan, no V/, no Bubblepedia, etc. As I was busy with the school year and being poor at the time, I'm sorry. Immediately cracked at the phrasing of "and being poor at the time." As I was busy with the school year and being poor at the time, I wasn't able to buy Soul Silver on its launch date. After my school year ended, I ordered Soul Silver on Amazon. However, it would take a week for it to arrive. I decided that during that time I would replay my Crystal version on my Game Boy Color. However, I realized that long ago my mom threw it away because I told her the save went dead, and I was very upset about it then. She also threw away my silver version, so all I have is my Game Boy Color. As such, I set out to GameStop and bought a used silver version, as it's the only Pokemon game left that they have for the Game Boy Color. $10, fairly cheap. I went home and started it up for a nostalgia trip. However, that's where things started getting bizarre, and most likely the reason why you read this.
Okay. Can we immediately check off overly dramatic language and our pro tag is far too formal? Can we already check that off? Because that feels...
Yeah.
Like, this is not how a normal person fucking talks. I'm sorry.
Oh my god. Also, it's a used silver version, so check off previous owned game file. Or is that it? No,
Hold
brought a
on.
garage yard sale. So this technically doesn't fair. If there is a save file, I'm looking forward. There's a previous save file.
There's a previous save file, so...
Previous owned game file. Protagonist is overly dramatic. Like,
what? 2 already? What a way to start.
and don't forget the free space, everyone.
Of course.
Anyway, let's continue. Oh god, I'm all giggly. The Game Freak logo started up as normal, but it just froze there. I thought the cart was just errored or something, so I turned it off and on. The same thing happened. I tried pressing A and start over and over, and all of the buttons. Eventually, the logo vanished, and there was a black screen for about 5 seconds. Suddenly, rather than going to the usual menu screen, I was already in the game in a previous saved file, which was odd, as I was expecting all these carts to have been wiped by the poor battery. Either way, I wasn't complaining, as I would have chosen the continue option to see what the previous guy did anyways. First off, I checked his trainer information. His name was just ellipses. Just dot dot dot. He didn't have much originality. I checked his profile, and apparently he had 999 and 99 minutes hours into this game, with all 16 badges, a lot of 90, hold on, let me try to actually read this. 99,999.9 Pokedollars, and all 251 Pokemon on the Pokedex. Seeing as he apparently had Mew and Celebi logged also, I am guessing either used a Game Genie or was a really hardcore Pokemon player back then. I checked his Pokemon to see what a badass team he has. Sorry. There are just a few, like, words in here that in Pokemon Creepypastas that occasionally get me to chuckle. Like, all this dramatic language and then, what a badass team he is! To my surprise, I saw 5 unknowns and a 6th Pokemon named Hurry. I'm thinking that this must be some cruel joke by the person who has played this game, but I decided to check the profiles of those Pokemon anyways. As expected, they were different letters of unknown, all level 5. I was a bit shaky with my own unknown alphabet at the time, but identified the word spelled out to be leave. As for the 6th Pokemon, it turned out to be a Cyndaquil. Mind you, this is before they were individualized Pokemon icons. The Cyndaquil looked normal, but it was level 5 with only 1 HP left, with only 2 attacks, Leer and Flash. I don't know why they named him Hurry, but at the time, I just disregarded it. The most eerie thing was that, despite my volume being at max, none of the Pokemon he had said their usual cries. Just pure silence. Having I'm sorry. The way I delivered that was a little silly. Do we have unknown on the Pokemon bingo? I don't think we do.
No, no, we do not. I feel like that's a missed opportunity. To be fair.
Yeah, I mean we do have missing no on there, so.
Yeah, that's fair.
Having enough of the team, I closed it. I was parked at what appears to be a room inside Bellsprout Tower. However, for some reason, there were no NPCs around. Even more eerie was that the pillar in the middle didn't move at all, as if just leaning on its side. There was no music at all, and there was no exit or ladder, or at least I thought there wasn't. I walked around for a few minutes, but can't seem to find a way out. That's an odd tense change. Like they suddenly went from past tense to present tense.
I guess that's just like talk about like presently, as if they're playing the game.
No, because
Like at that point, that's
they then continue to go in past tense.
okay. Never mind. That's just weird then.
Yeah.
I have no.
That could have been solved
Oh
so
wait.
easily if they changed can't to couldn't.
Yeah. Also, I just realized there's one bigger sheet that says the Pokemon parts as bots is acting strangely to some degree.
What I don't think having like Pokemon named oddly would be considered acting weirdly.
Well, doesn't
We'll put a
doesn't
pin
like
in
the
that.
PC. Yeah, I was gonna say because from what I remembered of Lost Silver, doesn't like the PC or like the party kind of change as it goes
Oh,
along.
yeah, the party's gonna change, but for now, just put a pin in that.
Yeah,
That's a
yeah,
surprise tool that'll help us later.
yeah. Right.
I walked around for a minute, I walked around for a few minutes, but couldn't seem to find a way out. This was certainly not a room I've seen in the Bellsprout Tower before. I tried checking my items for an escape rope, but the bag was completely empty. There wasn't any wild Pokemon either. Finally, I managed to find a ladder, which turned out to be behind the pillar. My reading is bad there. That's not even a fault of the creepypasta. The screen turned black, and the music finally started playing. I had a sudden chill, as I recognized that melody I heard to be the theme you hear when you listen to the radio at the Alph Ruins. sounds were the unknown
Uh.
cats. It's surprisingly not Lavender Town.
Yeah, I was just about to.
Lost Silver's on thin ice.
You're on thin fucking ice.
I immediately realized that it wasn't a loading transition, but rather I was in a dark room and would need flash. Before I took care of that, though, I immediately checked my Pokegear to change the radio to something more pleasant. But it turns out that there was no radio card, or even a phone, nor time cards. There was only a map card in which Gold, from earlier, and I will call him Gold from now on, was just walking in a midst of black. I recalled that Cyndaquil has Flash, so I turned off my Pokegear and made Cyndaquil use Flash. That, you said Cyndaquil something Flash two times in one sentence. I didn't see any message saying, hurry has used Flash or anything like that. The room just became lit, just like that, and I soon regretted it. The room was a chilling blood red with a linear gray path heading south. The ladder I used to go up or down was not there at all. I had no choice but to head south. The screen got darker every 20 steps I made, until I finally made it to the end, which appears to be a sign. I read the sign, which said, "Turn back now."
Okay, can we check out like realistic blood or actual bleeding now because it's a blood-filled room?
Hold on. Yeah, no, it's a chilling blood red. It's not a blood-filled room. Patience. You'll get your blood later.
Yeah, okay, fine, fair enough.
Oh my god. Suddenly, I was asked to answer yes/no, but there was no question asked. I chose yes, as I do not know what it was asking, and the screen went black again, making a ladder climb sound. The unknown radio music stopped. In a few seconds, was replaced with the not as creepy Poke flute radio music. I was in another dark room, but I held my breath and used flash again. Suddenly, it said that Hurry has fainted, which was odd since I recalled that there was no status conditions like poison on him, and I clearly wasn't in battle. Sorry, that wording's just a little silly. I clearly wasn't in battle. Does that count as the Pokemon party acting strangely to some degree? It just feigning for no reason?
Yeah, I'd say so. Besides, we're gonna check it off anyway, so it's fine. Might as well circle it now anyway.
Check! I checked my Pokemon quickly, and suddenly he's no longer. Oh, yeah, there it is. And suddenly he's no longer in the party. In fact, after a bit of investigating, none of my Pokemon are there, but instead all were placed with level 10 unknown. I did the same thing as before and spelled out the unknown. My then team of unknowns spelled, he died.
I love how this man just really said, "Oh, my unknown's shaky," but is able to translate each and every one. Anyway, just yeah, sure, I can.
My
just
unknown
like,
was
dude,
shaky. That's how I was able to translate it perfectly. Oh, that's very silly. That is very silly.
Yeah, like, bro, especially without, like, looking it up, like, just say you can read unknown. It's fine if you can,
Or just
my
say
dude.
you looked it up. Then we wouldn't be
Well,
having this conversation either way.
Yeah, well, if my man's just said, like, "Oh, I don't have access to, like, Bulbapedia or anything like that," so, like, how the fuck is he supposed to
Well,
look
he
that?
does have access to it. He just, like, chose not to look at it.
Yeah,
But I get,
fucking...
like, dude, just say you know unknown language. Don't be like, oh, I'm not that great at it, and then be able to translate it apparently perfectly. Anyway, either way. Sorry, that was perfect. After that creepy change, the room was lit to reveal myself in a very small room that appears to be only 4 squares big. The walls of that room were gray bricks, as if I was inside something that was hollowed out. Outside the room appears to be a bunch of graves similar to the ones in Pokemon Red/Blue. I've walked around that small room and pressed A, but nothing happened. I've already concluded that this was clearly a hacked game and some sadistic fuck. Sorry. The sudden usage of the word fuck gave me a tickle. I've
Yeah.
already concluded that this was clearly a hacked game, and some sadistic fuck sold it to GameStop. However, my curiosity kept me going. I checked the trainer profile of...
Oh, there it is. Mention they can't bring themselves to turn off the game, even be too compelled or curious or scared. There it is.
Check! I checked the trainer profile of ... again, only to find out that the sprite of Gold was missing his arms. He also seems to appear less smug, but rather seems more sad and empty in a way that I do not know how to describe. Now, I know we have a thing for the Pokemon sprites changing, but do we count it for the player sprite changing as well?
No, it says sprites are distinctly different to some degree. This includes mention of shiny Pokemon.
Okay.
It does not say specifically Pokemon sprites, so that counts.
This counts because his arms are gone. Oh fuck! There's an ad! We're not sponsored! We're not sponsored by Medicaid! I was worried this would happen.
Yeah, we're just playing some YouTube music in the background, royalty free, but like you'll hear like ads going off in the background. We are not sponsored by anything you hear in the background. We aren't. We're just playing music, man.
Yeah, we're not sponsored. Anyway,
so I'm sorry if you get jump scared by ads. That's.
I'll try to
it's
silence
okay.
them as soon as they appear.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Jump scares make it more Halloweeny.
Yeah, and if it's Reese's Pieces, it'll be especially Halloweeny, because if I eat those, I die.
I have a peanut butter allergy.
Anyway.
Isn't that just like a general like peanut/nut allergy that I got?
Yeah, I don't know why I mentioned peanut butter specifically. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyways.
For some reason, it also now said that he has 24 badges, which was clearly impossible. I love
Jesus
the
Christ,
like
dude.
smug of that, which is clearly impossible. After a few minutes of aimless wandering, my character suddenly spun and did the escape rope spinning animation instead of flying.
Oh wait, I've totally forgot. It's there's literally one that also like specifically says Pokemon has died, not fainted.
Well, it didn't say it died; it just disappeared. Does that count? It
points
also...
to the unknown, literally saying it died.
No, oh wait. Is the he died supposed to be in reference to the Cyndaquil? I never thought of that. I didn't know that.
Really? The fucking Cyndaquil faints, disappears from the party, and the narrator has mentioned it said he died, and the Cyndaquil was male. Really?
I'm stupid! I'm stupid, okay? I thought it was in reference to Gold, the character, not Cyndaquil.
I mean, it could be either. It could be both. I'm counting as both.
Let's count it as both. Pokemon has died. Rip, hurry the Cyndaquil.
Rip a real one.
R.I.P. to a real one. Anyway, as the music gets more intense, let me continue reading. After a few minutes of aimless wandering, my character suddenly spun and did the escape rope spinning animation. Instead of flying up, though, my character spun downwards slowly, as if sinking. After that screen, the music stopped. After finally landing, the overworld sprite of Gold is colored differently now. Instead of the usual red colors he dons, he appears completely white now, including his skin. It's as if he came straight from the colorless Game Boy games, placed into a colored background of the Game Boy Color. I checked his profile, and now, that's weird. Hold on. I checked his profile, and now, while now is as white.
What the fuck?
Hold on. I checked.
That's...
I'm reading this word for word. I checked his profile, and now, while now is as white as his overworld sprite.
Jesus Christ, that... Oh. I'm like squinting at that wording. What the fuck?
I'm squinting at it too. I'm the one who's fucking reading this shit. Anyway, he lost his legs and has what appears to be bloody tears from his eyes. Check!
There it is.
There it is! There's your blood. It also now says he has 32 badges, which now starts to disturb me as this change in number seems to represent something important. That's cool. We don't know what he's not telling us what that is. Just, oh, it's important. Keep this in mind. I love how oblivious that is. Not oblivious, just obvious that is. Like, oh, this is important. This is important. Remember it for later. I also checked my Pokemon, which this time contains 5 unknowns and a level 100 Celebi without a nickname. The unknown are this time leveled 15 and spelled out dying. I checked the Celebi's profile. It was a shiny Celebi, except there's only half of the sprites, 1 leg, 1 arm, 1 eye. It only has 1 attack, Perish Song. We've already checked off the odd sprites, but there's your Pokemon specifically! The area I was in itself was the Sprout Tower, with the immobile pillar as before, except everything is apparently red now. I walked north for what felt like forever. Eventually, I finally encountered some generic men and woman NPC. They were all lined up to the side, just facing the long, slantish pillar in the middle. They were also white, sorry. They were also white, and nothing happens when I try to speak to them. I kept on going north until eventually the pillar finally appears chopped off, with a transparent red in that spot. Check. It mentions red. It's not like red is in the color, red is in the character, it's capitalized.
Oh.
Check off for red!
Yeah, it mentions red.
Yeah.
Most points of the game is Gen 1/Gen 2.
Yep! There we go. There we go. I went up to red, and without even pressing A, I was suddenly engaged, and finally in a battle. Here we go! The music starts again, which it sounds like the unknown radio music again, but played backwards.
Oh my god.
Gold's battle back sprite matches his front one with the bloody eyes, white skin, and lack of arms, while Red sprite was the same as before in GSC? What's fuck?
GSC. Oh, that might be like the acronym for like the 2nd gen because gold, silver, crystal.
Okay. There we. I'm not as Pokemon knowledgeable, so I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I had to like think about the acronyms for a second, but I'm just like, oh right, because gold, silver, crystal was the original Gen 2 versions.
Okay. While Red sprite was the same as before in Gold, Silver, Crystal, except transparent, the text simply said, wants to battle, as if he has no name, and both of us...
Okay, wait, hold on. Question. How the fuck is it transparent when it's either you have the pixel on screen or you don't?
I'm guessing
How is it more
what
transparent?
that means is he basically has only the outline to his sprite, and the rest of it just isn't there.
Okay, fair enough.
That's what I'm guessing. I could be wrong, but that's the impression I get.
Okay, that's fair then, because I was gonna say, I don't know how else it would be transparent in a fucking pixel art game.
Yeah, I don't fucking know either. The text simply said, wants to battle, as if he has no name, and both of us only have 1 Pokemon each, which is weird as I swore I had 6 with the unknowns. My shiny Celebi came out, conveniently with half a sprite for the back sprite also. The shiny noise in animation was different, As the sounds it made sound like multiple screech attacks used consecutively, Red sent out a
Yeah,
seemingly normal male Pikachu, except he is level 255.
that's so specific.
That is so specific! Red sent out a seemingly normal male Pikachu, except he is level 255, and his sprite seems sad and has tears in his eyes. Oh no, the
Jesus
Pikachu is
Christ.
crying!
Oh no, anyway.
Quick, Celebi, use tissue. The half Celebi just like floats over with like a bloodied tissue. It's like here, like on its last on his last breath, and the Pikachu just starts crying even more. Also, oddities with battling Pokemon / Pokemon in battle, I would say. Since this Pikachu is in battle and is level 255.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And just in general, this Pokemon battle is fucked, so let's just
Yeah,
put
that's
that
fair.
there to cover just what goes on in this battle. Okay? Okay. Pikachu used Curse, lowering his speed and increasing his other stats. I'm not even sure if Pikachu could use Curse. Celebi used Perish Song. Oh wait. Okay, I did read that before. I thought for a second I skipped rather than the usual, like, this menu, I was only given the option to use the attacks. I'm sorry, that's my B. Celebi used Perish Song, and 3 turns, both Pokemon get KO'd. Not like I have a choice. That's so, like, sarcastic. Why is this guy so sarcastic? At this point, it didn't even go back to the fight menu, as the battle just continued without me. Also, no, there were no animations at all for some reason. Pikachu used Flail, which didn't do much damage despite his level, and boosted as his health was maxed. Celebi used Perish Song. Nothing happens, as it was already used. Pikachu used Frustration, which did a shit ton of damage, knocking Celebi down to less than 10 HP. I did not know Frustration was an attack. I don't think it is.
Either it isn't, and that's why it's fucked, or it is, and I'm just forgetting.
Celebi used Pain Split, which surprised me as Celebi didn't even have that attack in the first place. Now Celebi and Pikachu have about 150 HP. Pikachu used Mean Look. Not like that did anything.
Jesus.
As expected, due to the effects of Perish Song, my Celebi fainted. Except in the text it said, Celebi has died. And instead of the ordinary drop-off
there it
screen
is.
animation, the Celebi back sprite just vanished. For some reason, the Pikachu was still up even with the Perish Song, and it didn't count as my loss. Pikachu used one more different attack beyond the 5 attack limit. Pikachu used Destiny Bond. Afterwards, it said, Pikachu has died, with a slow fade-out animation. Apparently, I was the winner, as the transparent red sprite showed up and said, and then there's just a bunch of ellipses. At that point, I just freaked out. Overtly scared protagonist.
Yep.
At that point, I just freaked out, as that transparent red sprite was beheaded, leaving nothing but his transparent body. The battle then ended at that point and faded out along with the music. I'm back in the overworld, with another change to the gold sprite. He's now as transparent as Red's overworld sprite. I quickly checked Gold's profile, where this time the only thing remains of him is his head with a transparent skin. Logic! The head was zoomed in a bit, showing a black void in his eyes, and now stated that he now has 40 badges. I then blacked out. No. I then backed out and checked my Pokemon. They were all level 20 shiny unknown, which one spells out red. No more. I was at what I now know is next to the end. There was apparently no music playing, but for some reason I still felt like something was there that could be heard. I was back in my room in New Bark Town. Maybe finally I get to play this game properly. But who am I kidding?
Jesus.
I knew that sadistic fuck must have done something. I walked around my room to interact with things, as I'm a bit afraid to go down the stairs to see what was waiting down there. Note, I said walked, as while the background was moving, Gold was not moving his transparent limbs at all while doing so, just floating like those ghosts you see in Diamond slash Pearl. Okay, but you said his legs and his arms and legs are gone. How would he move them? They aren't there.
Ghost logic. Like he could still move. I don't fucking know.
No, I like okay, he's ghost so he can float around. But why do you feel the need to mention that his limbs aren't moving when you've established that his limbs are gone?
Excellent fucking question.
This is in fact, I feel we should call an excellent fucking question. As expected, the radio, computer, and TV did not work, so I had no choice but to go down the stairs. I ended up in the same lower level room of my house. Everything appears normal, except Mom isn't home. After failing to interact with anything in this room, I decided to go outside. To my surprise, that door leading outside at the south didn't work, and instead, I just walked straight through it to a void. I continued moving south to see what the fuck was going on. I'm sorry to put such emphasis on the fuck. It's just so silly. I'm sorry. It's not at all scary. My house
That's fair.
vanishes as I head south into the void. It was creepy as when I entered the void, the outline of gold transparent sprite turned white to contrast with the pitch black. Eventually, I reached a white area, and gold sprite turned black and transparent again. I continued south without thinking of stopping at all. After a long trek south, I finally encountered something. It was Gold's regular sprite. I talked to it. He said, "Goodbye forever." Dot 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 dot. Noli with a space in between the forever and the dots, and vanished. As that happened, it said, question mark, question mark, question mark, use nightmare. Which at that point, I would not deny that being possible. Gold did another escape rope animation, spinning slowly downwards like before. I'm now back into that small, howled out room surrounded by graves earlier. Or at least I say I was back there, so there's no sprite anymore. I tried to walk around, but nothing moved, not even wall bumping noise. I checked my trainer profile, with apparently no gold sprite left. It said I have 0 badges, and all the pictures of the Johto gym leaders at the. Oh, fuck the ad again! Firehouse Subs is ruining the tension. I'm sorry. Let me just wait for the ad to stop so I can play the music again. There we go. Ugh. It said I have 0 badges, and all the pictures of the Johto gym leaders at the bottom were replaced with skulls. I checked my Pokemon, which were all level 25 unknown. As expected, it spelled out a phrase that I dared to read. I'm dead. As soon as I went back to the overworld, the room I supposedly was in was then covered with the same blocks as the walls. I then figured out what exactly that room was when the final text was said, R.I.P. That room was a big grave, surrounded by other graves. Gold has already been dead. He died presumably a few years after he defeated Red. Pizza! Pizza jump scare. I'm gonna go get that after I'm done reading. He was a young trainer who, despite his efforts in collecting so many badges and attempts at becoming a Pokemon master, was still unable to avoid the inevitable fate of death, and his efforts were eventually forgotten by the next generation. I was unable to escape from that text no matter what I pressed. I tried resetting the game, and the same thing happened, at which I then finally decided to give up on that horrible nightmare. After that experience, I will never look at the gimmick unknown the same way again. They say that only the generation have folk tales and legends, but that the second generation has shown me how unpleasant the truth can be. I eventually enjoyed Soul Silver immensely, but I still can't unthink what that rigged game has told me. And that's the end. That's Pokemon Lost Silver. So, thoughts?
I, uh, the fact that that's one of the like most like popular creepypastas, I feel like that's just nostalgia. I feel
Yeah,
like that's purely nostalgia. That was not as creepy or as good as I have heard it to be.
I will give the game this in that it's not a haunted cartridge.
Yeah,
It doesn't
it's
cause
literally just
any. Yeah, it's just a hack cartridge. It's not haunted. It doesn't cause any harm to the player or have any effect on anything in the real world. It does have that. However,
yeah.
the writing's not
Yeah,
very good.
yeah. The only thing that it did, like harming wise, is just emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, to the protagonist.
Yeah,
And surprisingly, because of that, we got close several times, but we did not get a bingo.
we didn't get a bingo on Lost Silver.
No, we would have gotten a bingo if someone IRL is dead slash insane. We would have gotten a bingo with Lavender Town instead of just the generic music. If the will turn off and or the audio still plays even when it's supposed to be muted, we could have gotten the bingo.
Man,
But because of that, we didn't. I
Pokemon
will say,
Lost
I will,
Silver.
I will say though, if we just replace Lavender Town with just like creepy music in general, like include radio, then it would have been a bingo. But
It's
otherwise,
Pokemon Lost Silver. Not a bingo, but it's a bingo in our hearts. Because this is like where like a lot of tropes come from, I feel like.
yeah.
Like I it's hard to explain. There are, like I'm not going to say there are any creepypastas that are basically carbon copies, but you can definitely tell when things take inspirations. It
Mhm.
takes inspiration from creepypastas that came before it. And a lot of Pokemon creepypastas take inspiration from Pokemon Lost Silver.
Yeah.
So, like,
I
this
think
is
it
where
just
those
adds
tropes
enough.
come from.
Yeah, I feel like because they add like more like quote unquote creepy things like Lavender Town, or someone IRL's dead or insane, or the game won't turn off and or the audio still plays. Because they probably added elements like that from other creepypastas, that's what lands at bingo. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, Pokemon Lost Silver. We've read it. I have added it to the YouTube stream's description. So a refresh, we'll get that back. Get that there. You can read it for yourselves. Next up on the tabs is Glitchy Red, and this one actually has a picture of the cartridge. So let's just before we're even reading it, for Glitchy Red, let's immediately click off the game cartridge is damaged or written on the sticker slash has a strange uh tile sticker on it.
Title
Yeah,
sticker on it.
because the sticker is different. I'm
Yeah.
actually going to pause the music for a bit because it's really suspenseful when it doesn't need to be. I'm going to be right back because I'm going to get some pizza.
Alrighty. I actually need to go pee as well. So I hope you'll forgive the silence, dear viewer. But I need the bathroom.
I'm back. I got some pizza. Let me check this thing. Okay. Let me move to a different thing in here. And are you there? Oh, wait. I was muted. I'm back. Hello. I do not hear you. Are you muted? You are. It's just you and me, chat. You, me, and the suspenseful music that plays. Next thing we're gonna read is Glitchy Red. Which, for Pokemon Bingo,
Hello,
immediately... Hello! I was about to say,
E-
right off the bat, this has two things we have to, like, tick off.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was using the bathroom.
Gotcha. It has a strange cartridge sticker, clearly shown in the image, and the glitchy red in question is referring to the character. So,
Yeah.
mentions red, check. The game cartridge is damaged or written on the sticker, / has a strange tile sticker on it, check. 2 immediately.
Yeah.
I got pizza.
3 immediately because free space, but...
Yeah, not including free space. Anyway. Let's get into this. About a month ago, I bought a second Pokemon Red cartridge off eBay so I could start a new game and screw around without messing up my save file. As soon as I compared it to my old one, I knew it was either a bootleg or produced somewhere else. You can see in the picture how the sticker doesn't fit the front of the cartridge, and the red plastic is cheap and almost see-through. If you look close, you can see the internal battery on the second, while the first can't be seen through at all. When I started it up, it only had one option, New Game, and unlike the well-loved cartridge I've been using, it didn't have any wear marks from being inserted into the Game Boy Color or anything indicating it's been used. Well, what the hell, I figured. I'd poured plenty of money into the franchise, and one bootlegged game wasn't going to kill me. I popped it into my Game Boy Color and started playing.
So does eBay count as like bought at garage, game at garage/yard sale? I feel like it is, because it feels like kind of like secondary sorta like buying it off. Huh?
You mean it kind of feels like the thing of buying it secondhand?
Yeah, because it says like a new thing, like untouched, but like it feels kind of like eBay feels like kind of garage/yard sale core to me. Like feels like the online version of it to me.
Then
So I feel like it might check off like bought a game at garage/yard sale. I feel like that fits it.
Yeah, I'd say so. A couple of weeks ago, I lost my Game Boy Color for a while, so I had to play it on my SP? What's SP?
Excellent fucking question. Hold on, let me look it up. 10 SP. Oh, Game Boy Advance SP, video game console.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, it's like a... Okay, so it's like a Game Boy, but it's a flip phone looking thing.
Okay, but hold on. It said... I popped it into my Game Boy Color and started playing. Next sentence. A couple weeks ago, I lost my Game Boy Color for a while, so I had to play it on my SP. What? Huh?
Okay, that's just an error of the author at that point. That's just...
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, that's just my man's not paying attention to what he's writing.
No huge deal, I thought. When I started the game up, oddly enough, the blacklit screen in my SP went out, like I was playing on an old Game Boy Advance or a Color. I thought that was pretty weird considering the lower settings of my SP screen was brighter than the high settings on all of my friends' SPs, as I took good care of it, and it was unlikely that the backlight would be going anytime soon. but as soon as I switched to playing Sapphire, the screen lit back up. I played my other Red on the SP plenty. It never dimmed for an old Game Boy game, so I just attributed it to the game itself being poorly made, which makes no fucking sense, I know. I love that. I love the lamp shading. That's so silly. It's like, I know it doesn't make sense, but please bear with me. Oh, I love this paragraph. About now, you're probably wondering when I'm going to start telling you about how there were unknown in my party and the buried alive guy in Lavender Town started eating my player character, because any pre-owned bootleg game story is bound to be some creepy hack shit. Well, it wasn't that simple.
Okay, can we say that that's probably a reference to Lost Silver and therefore reference to a famous Pokemon
Yeah, I feel
creepypasta?
like that counts as like a reference.
Yeah.
Reference to a famous Pokemon creepypasta. Cause like, come on, the unknown unknown in the party, the mentioning of the buried alive, specifically saying Lavender Town, it's gotta be referencing.
Oh, that
something.
can also be Lavender Town mentioned. Fuck yeah.
Fuck. Check.
Two birds with one stone. God damn.
God damn.
You know what? I kind of love the tone of this this story more. It's so funny.
I feel like this writer is like I feel like this writer was kind of aware of how ridiculous this was.
Yeah, I feel like this writer is just kind of having fun. Just like, yeah, I know this is a creepypasta, and I know the other creepypastas. You know it too, but you love it. Might as well have fun with it.
You know the tropes. Just let me tell my story.
I already adore this so much more.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't
excuse
that
me,
simple. I played through Lavender Town, the Pokemon Tower, all of that, and nothing unusual happened. I didn't go mad from the music and feel suicidal. My Pokemon never turned white and started crying tears of blood or anything like that.
Yep,
Now
there's another one.
that's specifically a mention to Lost Silver.
Yeah. Well, if we didn't count before,
Like sprites turned white, started crying tears of blood. That's a specific Lost Silver mention.
yeah, no, if we didn't check it before, we certainly are now.
Yeah. However, as I continued playing, it became apparent to me that this game had some glitches. Just like the cheap plastic casing and the sticker that barely stuck, the game itself was flaky. I've never played Pokemon on an emulator before, but if I had to guess, I would say that when it was copied, a lot of the data was corrupted, and I had to be careful when playing or it would freeze. Hold on. Excuse me. For example, sometimes the graphics around the player, I'm going to call him Red as that's what I named him, I'm a bit of a Red fanboy, would turn into big colored bars and the game would stop, and the background music would stop on whatever note it had hit and play this high-pitched, staticky whine and
Ugh.
start.
Oh, I know that it's that fucking, like, tone they're talking about because my computer's, like, crashed while playing, like, YouTube audio or something before, and that's the exact thing it fucking does, and I hate it every time. It's like nails on a chalkboard.
Also, this happened whenever I tried to get on my bike inside a cave or building. The way he says that makes it sound like this person tried it multiple times.
Okay, but normally you're not supposed to put in the building. So my question is, why were you even allowed to do that for A, and B, why would you even try that?
I don't know.
Like, maybe you accidentally pressed that button. I mean, that's happened a few times to me, but
That was probably it. Sorry, I was taking a bite of some pizza. I'm hungry. Anyway.
That's fair.
I was almost sure this was just a normal bootlegged game until I examined the SNES in the Celadon department store. Don't judge me, but being a Red fanboy, I've always liked when the game said things from Red's point of view. Like how he says, Dad would like this when you examine the SNES, or I should get going when you examine the TV, since you never get to see the player say anything to the point where, as a joke, the developers made Red say nothing more than ellipses when you encountered him in Gold, Silver, Crystal. Anyways, when I examined the SNES where Red would normally say, Dad would like this, instead I saw the text, Where is Dad? I examined it again, and same thing. I kind of laughed it off, thinking for some reason it was poor translation. Don't ask how I thought that made any sense. In the back of my mind, I was kind of hoping for a hack game because, hey, if I got some screen caps and posted them on 4chan, I'd be able to at least kill an afternoon laughing about it. Like, oh hell yeah, if this is a
I
hack,
love
I can
this
get
player.
some internet points.
I love this player, just like I could have gotten some brownie points from 4chan for being creepy. That's amazing. And you know what? Good for him.
Good for him.
Also, that's definitely not. I'm definitely not gonna be able to bring myself to check off like overly dramatic language and our protagonist is far too formal. This does not feel formal or overly dramatic.
This
This
feels
just
like
feels
an
like
extremely casual conversation you'd have with a friend.
yeah, just talking about their weird ass fucking game that they have and bullshitting with you.
Yeah, I bought this game off of eBay, dude. You'll never believe what happened kind of energy.
Yeah, just like I could have gotten brownie points from 4chan if I posted some screenshots and just like, dude, do you have a 4chan? Cringe.
Cringe. I know, lol. Anyway, like this feels
Yeah.
way too casual, and I honestly like that it's more casual. It feels like a conversation
Yeah,
you're having with a
same.
friend.
Yeah, I honestly adore that so much more. Like, with overly dramatic language or the protest being too formal, when, like, submitting a creepy pasta, it doesn't set the tone for, like, the creepiness well. It just feels like, overly, like, some rich boy, like, doing this that's just, like, an elitist, and you're just, like, waiting for the bad things to happen with them. When it feels like a friend, creepy shit happens to them, and they're genuinely afraid, and you're just like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
So I like that it feels more casual because then the horror like gut punches you even more.
Mm-hmm.
So
It also
I feel like
makes it
this,
feel more
this
like
is
an
stronger.
actual like person.
Yeah, instead of someone that's just like so like their brain is like somewhere else that you just cannot connect to.
Yeah.
So I like this a lot more already.
Mm-hmm. I went to the next floor, then went back down and checked the NES again. To my surprise, the message had changed. Now Red said, "Who created me?" At this point, I was pretty sure this had been added in by some hacker. Ugh, sorry, I keep burping. At this point, I was pretty sure this had been added in by some hacker, and I thought that was kind of awesome. I love the all caps of awesome.
Oh my god.
Hell, Red finding out he was really just a video game character? That's pretty funny.
You know what?
Yeah, I'm just imagining this guy like, oh man, someone made a hacked game where Red has an existential crisis, lol.
Yeah, you know what? This is so far my favorite creepypasta just because it's funny.
Yeah, this guy knows the tropes, and instead of looking this and being like, it's hacked, oh my god, or like it's haunted, oh my god, the ghost of Red's gonna get me from inside the game. He's like, ha, hacked game, lol.
Yeah, this feels amazing.
Mm-hmm. After that, and after failing to find any other added-in dialogue, I continued on in the game's story. At that point, I was about near the part where you surfed a Cinnabar in the
Why are you
Seafoam
putting the
Islands.
formal voice on?
I don't know why. But the glitching was getting worse. Sometimes the map would get distorted, like Glitch City, and Red would be surfing on a tree or a house or some shit, and I couldn't move. I had to fly out and try again. As a kid, I always liked doing Missing No. There it is!
There it is!
And Glitch City, and I had a Game Shark back in the day, so the glitches were kind of cool. Eventually, I made a Cinnabar. Now, being an avid glitcher way back when... That's so silly, I love it! Now, being a master hacker... Now, being an avid
You know what?
glitcher way
For
back
gender
when...
reasons. For
What?
gender reasons, I immediately vibe with this dude. For gender reasons.
Now, being a massive glitch... Now, being an avid glitcher way back when, of course the first thing I did was fly back to Viridian and do the old man trick, but no matter how many times I tried, I could never get Missing No to appear. I thought maybe the ROM had been edited to prevent glitching, but that clearly wasn't the case, as the thing had more bugs than the fucking Viridian forest. This is what I mean, I love the snark!
I love that. More buds than the Viridian Forest, who has a lot of bud type. That's amazing. That's fucking amazing. Oh my god. Pro tag of Glitchy Red, I love you.
Instead,
Like, slash platonic, but I love you.
it's so silly. Instead, when I entered the Pokemon Mansion, I was greeted by the following text window. Red, in all caps. Nice try, Red. It was obvious that where Red would be the name of whatever you named your player. What speaked was Red, in all caps, as the speaker. So, just to be clear, this is Red saying, in all caps, nice try, player, basically. Or player character.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So this isn't some guy talking to himself in a mirror. This is a
Oh
guy.
wait, hold on. A character in game talks to the IRL person playing.
Yep, that's the implication.
Yeah, I'm surprised how little like we have for Glitchy Red. These are all pretty spaced out
Yeah.
on our bingo.
It's also very much easing into the weirdness. Like, it's starting out like, oh yeah, I got like this hacked cartridge that's bugged as fuck. And then it's like, and anyway, so the character started talking to me.
Yeah.
At this point, I know I had to have an edited game. The fucking player character was telling me nice try after I failed to do a missing no. I love how he's not like, oh my god, the game's talking to me. He's just like, oh, fuck off.
Yeah, I can't imagine just being in VC with the two. He just like loudly declares, "Oh, fuck off," and then you just go, "What?" And then just like, Red quote unquote is talking to me, and it's just like, oh my god.
He said
You
nice
absolutely-
try after I tried to do missing no, bro.
Oh my god, this game is so fucking hacked. It's so hacked.
It's so.
Oh my god.
The game froze then, and I restarted. I hadn't saved since before I tried the missing no glitch, but when I turned the game on again, I was back in the mansion, exactly where the window had popped up. I could move again, so I went ahead and played through the mansion. Call me a pussy, but despite my excitement, I was scared, so I played slowly with all the lights on. That's so silly to me, just call me a pussy, but...
Yeah, no, I can't blame you. Just like, I imagine someone else would be saying lol pussy, and then just like me in the background. Honestly, I don't blame you, dude.
Dude, don't mind me. I'm turning on the lights. I was still playing on my SP, and the internal light still didn't work, so I used that as justification for my being a massive pussy. Oh my god,
Yeah,
the
just
fucking
like
phrasing.
Oh my god, just like, bro, you're pussy. No, the backlights aren't working, and just like, no, that's an excuse, pussy.
Shut up, bro. Things only got weirder. After I left the mansion, I got a message. PA. Ding dong. Time's up. Your safari game is over. Having done Glitch City in the past, I knew this happened whenever you flew out of the safari zone. As expected, I was outside the safari zone gate the next time I hit A, with the attendants asking me if I got a good haul. I had an immense feeling of foreboding when I went to leave the gate, scared I'd be in Glitch City or even worse. I had a flyer, but you have to understand, this is all a little unnerving. Instead, I was in Pallet Town, but there was no music. Nothing. Another text window appeared. Read, "This isn't where I'm from. I've been lied to." I couldn't move my player after that, so I went to reset, but something stopped me. Instead, I opened the start menu and went to fly the fuck out of there, but to my horror, the Pidgey I used for fly wasn't there. It was my Blastoise, Executor, Kadabra, Mew from the Nugget Bridge glitch, and Kangaskhan Genghis Khan?
Genghis Khan.
Genghis Khan.
Genghis Khan.
That sounds like it's supposed to be like an actual person's name, so that threw me off.
Yeah, no, Genghis Khan. It's the parent Pokemon, the kangaroo-looking one.
Gotcha.
That was normal type.
Gotcha. If Pidgeot's place was a level 16 Raticate with 1 HP, it was poisoned. I checked its stats and it had the original trainer Blue and knew Hyper Beam, Quick Attack, Glare, and Skull Bash. I didn't even know if Raticate can learn all these moves. I've since heard that Gary's Raticate died, in parentheses, seriously, in the game. But I had named Gary Douche in this game for a few laughs. I guess the original trainer named Blue came from the fact that Blue. Why is Epic the Musical starting to play? I put the thing on loop. I'm sorry, I'm just reading this and I suddenly hear, "Alright, my brothers, listen closely."
Yeah.
Good music,
Yeah, just
not the vibe we're going for.
yeah. I'd like to think that Missing No just like is listening to us reading this and just like, nah, fuck this. I'm listening to Epic.
Missing Nose on my computer, guys. I guess the original trainer named Blue came from the fact that Blue is the opposite to Red version. Like, maybe it was supposed to have come from a Blue cartridge. I know Rattata doesn't evolve until level 20, so this was a pretty obvious hack. We have to check off something going on with the Pokemon party. Because
Oh yeah.
the Pidgeot
Because,
disappeared and got replaced with Eradicate.
Yeah.
I don't think that's anything else. Because so far it's still, like, pretty par for course.
Pretty mild.
I had some antidotes and potions in my bag, so I figured, what the hell, I'd heal it. But when I left the Pokemon menu, the entire start menu closed, and I couldn't open it again. I tried walking, and this time I was able to move. I took a few steps, forgetting about the poison until a box popped up again. Red. We killed it. At this point, I was getting a little freaked out. No fucking shit. I went to my party and Raticate
Yeah.
wasn't
Also,
there.
Pokemon has died, not fainted.
Pokemon has died.
Anyways, what?
I would like to say the no fucking shit in parentheses. That's not me adding. That's in the actual story.
Yeah. Oh. Would that count as overtly scared protagonist?
I feel like yeah, that would. Because you're
Yeah.
getting scared at a game, my guy. You're getting scared at what you admit is a hacked cartridge.
Yeah.
Like, I will say, it does, like, even it out
understandable,
when he's like, kind of poking at himself with it. Like, we're still gonna check you off, mate, but you're at least a little silly with it.
Yeah, you're silly with it, and that's fine.
Yeah. I went to my party and Raticate wasn't there at all. Neither was my Pidgeot. The slot was empty. I closed the menu and tried to move again, but nothing. I didn't want to turn the game off in case it had somehow saved again, so I just kept trying to move before remembering that my Kadabra still knew teleport. When I hit start, nothing happened. I kept trying to move, but I couldn't move. No. Red wasn't letting me move. Red.
Oh my god.
This happened to me. Why? At that point, I just shut the game off. I took the hacked red version out and put in Fire Red, like with my old game. Oh wait, I read that as one sentence. At that point, I just shut the game off. I took the hacked red version out and put in Fire Red. Like with my old game, I'd named the player Red, and for some reason, it still kind of scared me. I started it up, and to my horror, the screen was still dimmed. I hit continue on the main menu. When I tried to open my game, I got the message saying that my save data has been lost or corrupted. And when I started, the game froze, with the music just being a staticky whine. At this point, I was really desperate to play some fucking Pokemon where no weird shit was going on.
That's fair.
And I was pissed that my Fire Red version was broken, so I threw in Sapphire and started it up. Screen lit up normally. I thought for a moment that maybe something was wrong with my SP that broke my Fire Red, and fuck, I didn't want that happening to my Sapphire with the Jiraki from Colosseum and the Feebas had taken me an hour to find, so I shut it off and pulled it out. I started playing what I call Glitchy Red version again about a week ago. When I started back up, I was still in Pallet Town, and there was music and things seemed normal. except for the empty slot in my party and my SP screen no longer lighting up. I biked to Viridian and found Pidgeot safely in my PC, so I figured, what the hell, and took it out and flew to Cinnabar to fight Blaine. I think that's it.
Yeah, Blaine.
Yeah. I'm hold on. I'm looking at the thing. I'm trying to figure out if that's like if the fire red being weird would count as the game somehow affects IRL things.
I mean, it's affecting the cartridge of the regular game.
Yeah, it affects a separate cartridge.
So I'm gonna say, especially just to see if we get a bingo, that yeah, it's affecting things IRL.
I feel like that counts because it's a separate cartridge.
Yeah, it's a separate cartridge. And it's an understandable way. Like, we sarcastically put just somehow some godforsaken way affect things IRL, and we were thinking just like, oh, actual real life things, like, outside the game, like, moving, but no. Like,
this
having it affects the cartridge because... Yeah, because if it affects the actual game system, and then you plug in a separate cartridge, and then it transfers onto that, and latches onto that, that makes a lot more sense than just like, oh, for some reason the TV in the background turned on.
Yeah,
just like
this is less, for some reason, things in my house are acting weird while I'm playing a game, and more, this fucked game fucked up my system, and now it's fucking up my other games.
And it's just like, fuck!
Fuck!
Yeah, I imagine this dude just like immediately, just like, it's just like, oh, fuck this, I'm playing my fire, like, my regular red version, and then just moment of silence, like, fuck! My other game's broken now because of this shit! And just like, holy shit, dude, what the fuck?
I'm playing Sapphire! Wait, fuck, and I ruined Sapphire too. Fuck!
It's just like, oh man, just go online and play like a ROM hack or something online. It's okay, dude. Get your fit somewhere else.
Fine. And then a week later, he's back. I'm back to Glitchy Red. That's what I've started calling it, by the way.
Yeah, and just like, are you sure, dude? The last time you played it kind of fucks things over. Just like, well, fuck it, man.
Look. I'm not letting this game beat me, bro.
Oh my god.
I don't know why I mentioned that, just like, I won't let the game win.
Dude, you have a problem.
I know. Anyway, when I went to unlock the gym, surprise, another text box. No. By the way, that's Red just saying no. I'm not, cause saying Red every time is a little annoying. No matter how many times I tried, the game refused to believe I had the fucking secret key despite it being right there in my bag. Red wasn't letting me in. Red says, everything that happened to me happened because the world let it happen to me. I didn't become a hero on my own. I was manipulated. I never unlocked that door. The door was unlocked because the game let me in. Everything you do because the game lets you. Because of how the text boxes were, it took a really long time to scroll through, and the whole time I was writing down what he was saying so I had it on reference. Things were getting a little too Silent Hill for me, and once again I tried to move, but Red wouldn't let me. I'm going to show you how it feels to be unable to choose your own fate. I gave up and opened the start menu again, glad that I could, and used Pidgeot to fly out of there. I knew now that this was only because Red was letting me fly out. He was toying with me.
Oh wait, player loses control, player character.
I was gonna say, player loses control, player character. Oh god, this suspenseful music is actually really adding to the atmosphere here. I flew to Lavender because, shockingly enough, nothing weird had ever happened there. From Lavender, I walked down to try and go to Fuchsia, but as soon as I left Lavender, Red was at it again. No. Well, fuck, I thought.
Yeah.
Well, fuck. I opened the menu and flew to Fuchsia. When the eye got there, I nearly shat my pants and dropped my SP. It It was the glitch city you get when you surf along Cinnabar's coast. Immediately the menu popped up, the way it does when you do the Mew glitch, and it was asking me to save the game. There was no option for no, and pressing B did nothing. I shut my game off. When I started back up, I was still in Glitch City. I checked my party the way Red wanted me to. Pidgeot and Adabra were there, but instead of teleport and fly appearing when I selected them, there was only cursed, not curse, like in that fucking. Whoa, that's a Arsler.
Whoa now. Whoa. Okay, hold on. That.
Reel it in, buddy.
Okay. Whoa. Now that's a bit of a spike of just like nativity of just like whoa. This is not my favorite for that reason. Whoa. Now.
Whoa, now. Creepy, like in that fucking Arsler. Creepy black pasta, but cursed. I was smart enough not to select it. I hit B until I was out of the menu, and Red was telling me shit again. You're staying here with me, Red. They replaced me because I was glitched and not good enough. Parentheses, sick. I thought this was my story, but I'm just a character in a video game. They took everything from me. My voice, my freedom, my legacy. They replaced me with the brown-eyed kid. I understand now that he meant Fire Red version and the Gold, Silver, and Crystal versions where he'd been demoted to Final Boss. He let me move, and to my surprise, the game never froze, even as I was walking on water and stepping onto houses. Eventually, I suppose I went too far, because the screen turned black around my player. Am I a joke to you? A yes/no option popped up. I can't tell you how fast I hit no. Then why do you do these things to me? Why do you corrupt my world and show me glitches that aren't meant to be? Why do you want to hurt me with missing no? I never wanted to hurt Red. It was just for fun. The game had bugs, and we've all just exploited them for fun, right? Why did I have to die just because I'm a hero? I shut the game off. That night, I had a dream where I was a Pokemon trainer, the player from Fire Red, who I will never again think of as Red. I was being chased by a white pale body While I can't feel pain in my dreams, I know some people can. The pale figure eventually caught me and ripped at my chest and sides with his nails. The last thing I saw before I woke up was the face of my attacker, the little boy with bright red eyes, black hair, and a red and white hat. For the next few days, when I played, it was because I had to. I was trapped in the blackness because Red refused to let me go, because he was forsaken and forgotten, left to just be abused by players who came back out of nostalgia and to exploit the bugs. Because I played so much, I almost always had a headache from the high-pitched noises the game makes. I had to call out of work sick. I could never move, but I found comfort in staring at the screen with the black background my player. Red didn't say anything to me. I couldn't play Fire Red again, even though it worked on my DS. Yesterday, I finally got to Mount Silver on Heart Gold, and I couldn't bring myself to battle Red. I don't know what he'd do to me if I beat his replacement. Would he be angry? Happy? Would his defeat put his spirit at peace? I don't know. No matter how many times I play through the games, Red will suffer the same fate, because he is a hero, and because the games let him only go so far. Red will never again be able to experience the glory of being the hero, neither will me. No matter how many times you start a new game, it will never be the same as the first time you played. You know what's going to happen, and you play for nostalgia, because it's just a game to you now. I killed Red, and so did you. Unlike Ash Ketchum, he's never going to be the hero of another new game in a brand new region. And Heart Gold, Gold's successor, Ethan, had even taken his accomplishments from him, being the one to catch the Pokemon Red had fought so hard for, Mewtwo, Zapdos, and Moltres. His life is over for him. He became such a legend that there was nothing left of him to even be proud of himself. I finished Glitchy Red yesterday when I finally checked my trainer card. There was a sprite of Red as he appeared in Gold Silver Crystal. In the game's same monochrome color scheme, just red and green. When I looked closer, the red pixels making up his shirt looked darker and arranged oddly, almost like he was bleeding from the chest. None of my badges or time
There it
grade
is.
or trainer ID, just that sprite. When I turned to the menu, instead of my name appearing as Red, there was the word Gone for my trainer card. I selected it, and this time the card was blank. Go ahead and forget me now. Goodbye. The game reset, the way it does after you beat the champion, and this time there was only one option. New game. I found my Game Boy Crystal earlier today and started playing it on there. When I played on my SP, the screen lit up and everything was normal. I had to start a new game on my Fire Red, but it's working again. Even the bootlegged Red version plays normally. No glitches, but I can never see Red's silence the same ever again. Or even the hilarious missing no and Glitch City bugs. I have a much deeper respect for the silent protagonists in the game, for all we put them through. Lavender Town used to creep me out, but now I find it very peaceful. As even Red, who wanted revenge on a world that had treated him horribly, could never mess with the resting place of fallen Pokemon. Someday, I hope I stop waking up with scratches on my torso. And that's the end.
I'm sorry, what was that final line?
Someday, I hope to stop waking up with scratches on my torso.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah!
Also, I guess mentions how they can't bring themselves to turn off the game?
Yeah, because he said he played it because he had to. I feel like that counts as not being able to get yourself to turn off the game. He was literally calling in sick to play it.
Yeah, which, my dude, no, don't fucking do.
No. Also, can I say, I feel like we have to check off the overly dramatic language at the end there, because come on, it gets overly dramatic.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Which means we have a bingo, ladies and gents!
Actually, I think we have two. Oh wait, no, we don't. Because,
No.
oh, I was reading that wrong. Where's our bingo?
Overly scared protagonist. Realistic blood, which because the, pixel art thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, which I guess would be sprites are distinctly different. Because
Yeah,
the
that would
trainer
also
card.
be there.
So realistic blood, because it said it was blood. The free space, overly dramatic language, and then the Lavender Town mention.
This was really good, and then the minute they dropped the R slur, it started degrading.
Yeah.
Like, we stopped our playful commentary. We just went, whoa. Hey now, man.
Whoa, that was kind of a lot.
Yeah, let's reel it in. Honestly, this one has a good solid start, and then suddenly it starts actually affecting the person, instead of just, like, playing a hacked cartridge. I guess it could be similar to the kind of Lost Silver emotional damage type thing, but this Glitchy Red also has a lot of the same cliches, and to be fair, it is also one of the more well-known ones, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, that's fair.
Overall, what are our thoughts?
You know, I feel like if we, took out the slur and edited the end and cleaned it up a little bit to not be so fucking dramatic, I feel like it would probably be one of the best, internet stories I've, heard, listened to.
Yeah, this one has
it
has like a pretty solid beginning and middle, but then it just degrades in the end.
Yeah, in the end it degrades, notably after the Arsler. Take out that, polish up the ending, and it's pretty fucking solid.
Yeah.
Definitely my favorites. Not for that ending after the thing, but otherwise, solid beginning and middle. I really like that a lot.
One thing you have to give the ending line, it certainly surprises you.
Yeah, it certainly just, catches you off guard. Okay, so edit the ending except for that last line. That last line is pretty fucking chilling to imagine. Just, it doesn't mention that at all.
Yeah, that's
and
actually the thing I like about
by the
that
way,
final line. It's mentioned like it's an afterthought. That's actually something I
it's
like
not
about
a big
it.
deal either, which, dude?
Dude, you may want to get that checked out.
Yeah, no, you might want to call, a psychic or, a ghost hunter or something, my guy.
And maybe also call someone to patch those scratches up. Make sure they don't get infected.
Yeah, no, that... Okay, so besides that ending line, just clean up the rest of the ending, and you're good to go on
Yeah.
that one.
I
Like, I
know.
would say, like, not S tier because of that. It's just, like, slowly bringing down, but still A tier, honestly.
It's still really good. Like
Yes.
it's good for the most part. The ending does put a damper on it, but it's not like dog awful.
Yeah, it's not dog shit, which most creepypastas, let's be honest, or at least Pokemon creepypastas,
Yeah.
kind of dog shit, let's be real.
Looking back, you're just like, wow, this is bad. Which, by the way, that one line where he was talking about, yeah,
Yeah.
they took everything from me. My voice, my freedom, my legacy. Anyone who knows the Friday Night Funkin' mod, Hypno's Lullaby, recognizes that. Because quite a few of Glitchy Red's lines are put into his song Isotope, but the key difference is they changed the last bit. In the original, it's they replaced me with the brown-eyed kid, but in the mod, they change it to be, and they replaced me with some blue-haired kid. To distinctly
Really?
mention boyfriend.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say, blue-haired, what the fuck are you talking about?
Although, to be fair,
Like, I
I do
was like,
have to
mentally,
give...
like, going through a Pokemon trainer list in my brain, just like, are any of the Protet to have blue hair? Is that what
Which,
is he meant? What?
speaking of Red's dialogue, I honestly have to give the author credit because the dialogue is very good, honestly.
Yeah, like, it feels like kind of like, I don't want to say edgy is the right term. It feels like harsh.
It does
Like,
feel a
definitely
little
like,
try-hard.
I
However,
don't feel like it.
I don't know
feel
how else
like,
to
okay,
put it.
I feel like it definitely radiates that 2000s, like, emo boy energy. Fucking, like, definitely, like, the world is sort of cruel sort of thing. But it doesn't actually feel as bad as, like, fucking, like, 2006 Shadow. Like, where's that damn 4th or 5th Chaos Emerald? It doesn't feel, like, forced, at least to
Yeah.
me. It doesn't feel that bad. It feels like a kid going through really poor circumstances and is actually fucking pissed about the world that he lives in.
And,
That
like,
doesn't feel that bad to me.
I just want to read this again. They replaced me because I was glitched and not good enough. I thought this was my story, but I'm just a character in a video game. And also,
Yeah, that.
my favorite line of dialogue, am I a joke to you? Like, it's honestly really good.
Yeah, like, it feels like somebody, like, there's actually, like, a teen on the other side of the screen that's genuinely, like, angry and bitter, asking if they're a joke to you.
Mm-hmm.
That something about it feels real, and not just, like, try hard and edgy like most creepypastas are. Something about it feels real, and so I like Red's dialogue here.
Yeah, honestly. This would be, like, really good if you polished up the ending. So, like, honestly, I like it. I like Glitchy Red.
Yeah, Glitchy Red is a good one. And what do you know? That Glitchy Red is one of my favorites.
You're totally
Huh.
not biased.
Yeah, yeah, that definitely gives me a little bit of bias, huh?
Anyway.
But yeah, and this is what we mean when we say just because it has these cliches and tropes doesn't mean it's bad, because this is one of the best ones.
This was
and
bad
I feel
for
like out of our
reasons.
yeah, and I feel like for given like our list of other creepypastas that we're gonna read, it's probably the best of what we're gonna be doing for the stream, let's be real.
Oh, definitely. But for now, let's move on to another classic, which, let's be real, pretty much all of these are classics. The full title is Easter Egg Snow on Mount Silver, but just called Snow on Mount Silver. You ready?
Are you ready, kids? Yes, anyways.
So, my brother and
Obligatory.
Are you ready, kids?
Also, obligatory circling the free space. Oh, Jesus Christ. I definitely have to, like, make it, like, lighter gray so that way it can actually stick out on the free space. Anyway.
So, my brother and I, we kind of grew up on Pokemon. Around here, a lot of kids did. It worked out perfectly for us, too. Every time a new gen came out, one of us would get one version, one of us would get the other. And since our mom liked to spoil us, we both got the third one. This is going to sound, at first, like a bittersweet story about two siblings who grow up with a couple of games that eventually take them down two different roads. Well, it's a little more than that. The years rolled by, we kept collecting. Game Boys got old, we replaced them. Cartridges finally gave out, we picked up new copies. But we started down two completely different roads before Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald came out. See, around then, my brother got a Game Shark. He had heard all the hacks and cheats you could do with it, even if we were kinda late to the party, and they sounded awfully cool. Our first guinea pig cartridge was my brother's old blue version. We just dicked around with it a little bit, nothing major, but whatever we did fucked the cartridge up. After just a couple of code entries, it glitched out completely and became unplayable. Naturally, we were upset at first. My brother mourned the loss of his hours of work, and I was sympathetic. I told him, it's okay, we can replace it, I guess. Stupid Shark was a waste of money. But here's where our paths finally differed. After seeing the mess it had turned blue version into, I had become opposed to the idea of hacking or cheating any of my games. What can I say? I'm a chick. I feel feelings for the little pixel critters. That's odd. Anyway.
That feels sexist.
This radiates men writing woman energy.
Yeah, that, like, chick, no fucking guy writing, like, nobody writing using chick to refer to girls is ever a good sign.
Yeah.
That is never a good thing to have. John Mulaney voice is never a good thing to have.
At least with that game, Shark. But my brother had taken his game's destruction as a personal challenge or something. I don't think he ever played a game after that which wasn't hacked somehow. Yeah, we played a shit ton of Pokemon, man, but for us there really wasn't much else to do. We live way out in the country without many other kids, and the farmers didn't want us on their property, so we played Pokemon out on the lawn just about all day. Every day. It was pretty awesome to us, at least. We lost the Game Shark when our rooms got moved around. A new addition was built onto our house and it disappeared in the mess of shit that got stuffed into the new closet. Red, Sapphire, Emerald arrive, and after playing through them once, we were both in agreement that they were definitely lacking in comparison to the last gen. We both tried another honest playthrough, and though
Oh my god, no, please don't be Gen 1ers, dude, please.
they're elitists.
Oh no. I'm already afraid for my life about their opinions. Please let the writer have a bit of mercy. Please, God.
We both tried another honest playthrough, and though we managed to finish, it left us both yearning for some good old-fashioned nostalgia. Where were our old gold, silver, and crystal cartridges, though? It took us probably a month to dig through the boxes we'd been too lazy to open up, but we finally found one full of a shitload of our old electronics. My old purple Game Boy Color still worked, and his red one could no longer hold batteries in place. Oh wait, no. My old purple Game Boy Color still worked. His red one could no longer hold batteries in place. Blah. Both of our Game Boy Advances were fine, though, along with our snake lights and link cables, that one with the nifty little connector in the middle that I had always wrapped up oh so carefully to avoid fraying the wires and condemning it to the trash like our last cable. We both grabbed up everything we could. It was so nice to have yellow, which had been my first and most cherished game of any series, not just Pokemon, and red and gold back. We went through the motions of checking our old files, taking in all the old memories, and eventually, we figured the Gen 1 stuff was just too nostalgic to get rid of. I restarted gold, he restarted silver. Immediately, he snatched the Game Shark out of the box and slipped it into the back of the GBA. I just shook my head at him. I remember what I said to him. That thing will kill your game, you know. He never had liked me preaching to him about abusing pixels. I shut my mouth after that, but it had put him off from playing with me. I guess it was just one time too many or something. I had to know to keep my thoughts to myself, really. Now, because of the earlier comment, I'm looking at that and I'm squinting.
What do you mean?
Because of the, earlier, I'm a chick, I can't help but feel for the little pixel critters, and then I ought to know to keep my thoughts to myself, really.
Yeah, like...
Author, are you saying women should be silent?
Yeah, that...
I don't want to
Yikes.
assume anything, but like that's still very yikes.
Yeah, when was this written?
I don't know. It's one of the earlier
Uh,
ones, so I'd say early 2000s.
Yeah, it might be like, yeah, it might be just early 2000s fucking boys being fucking unfortunately really
Yikes.
yikes about. Yeah.
Anyway, it was a couple days later that it happened. I was out on the porch, Game Boy in hand, just about to go into the Elite Four when I realized I'd need a little help. My team was ill-balanced thanks to my playing through for leisure, and at the time, I was no great trainer that could pull off gimmick runs. I knew that my brother had been 2 badges ahead of me when we last checked with one another, so I was hoping maybe he'd let me borrow a Pokemon or two just for this run-through. Now, the thing is that I'd spent the last 24 hours at a friend's place. I had literally come home, dumped my bag in my room, and crept down to the sun with my Game Boy Advance to play. I had no idea what he'd been up to. For all I knew, he was done with the game and onto a new one, which I figured was all the better for me since he wouldn't need those Pokemon and I'd stand a better chance of nicking a few. So I got up and went to the house, and when I crossed the, and when I was crossing the, oh, I thought that was when I was crossed, no. And when I was crossing the living room, I noticed all of his Pokemon games lying on the floor. Some of the cartridges had been mangled, like they'd been hacked out with something sharp. Even his old blue version, long ago dead and too sentimental to throw away, was lying with the plastic cut ragged, split almost halfway up one side, completely unusable anymore, even if it would have worked. I was a little scared. This had to have happened this morning, otherwise our mom would have seen and they wouldn't be lying on the carpet. Tucking my Game Boy Advance to my pocket, I crept over to his room and found the door unlocked. Somehow, that was even more concerning. Walked in and found my brother sitting on the edge of his bed. His Game Boy Advance was in pieces on the floor at his feet, smashed to bits. Next to him on the bed were a hammer and our mother's gardening scissors. His face was paler than I'd ever seen, even whiter than the time we'd gone uncorning, and the old guy up the street, legally blind and a raving nutcase, had come and chased us in the trees with a shotgun.
Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Well, this is so random to put in. What the fuck?
Protag, you okay? It was now I also noticed the Game Shark on the ground and a silver cartridge corner poking from under his bed. Somehow they had been spared the wrath of the hammer. Why are there gardening shears there?
I don't know. I guess he grabbed it. Also, does this count as someone who's dead / insane IRL?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
I say this specifically because of what's coming up.
Oh dear.
Are you okay? I asked. I remember the chills that ran through me. He was my little brother. Seeing him like this was horrifying. It was awful, I remember him rasping. The way his voice rattled made my knees weak. Oh God, white everywhere, and then black. I remember running over and hugging him, and I remember his lip arm fell and brushed the Game Boy in my pocket, and his sudden scream right in my ear, making me jump and bite my tongue on accident. He ripped the handheld from my pocket and hurled it at the far wall. I cried out the dent the plastic system made there, running over to collect it. The screen had gone dark, and though I feared the worst when I flicked the switch, it powered up normally. I waited there in the corner, trying to pretend the Game Boy Advance mattered enough not to go and run for our mom. The volume was on. The Pokemon theme started up, and he screamed again, picking up the hammer. This time I screamed too, and I ran from the room with my Game Boy Advance clutched to my chest like a shield. And this is why I say we're checking it off. The immediate next line is, he ended up in the psych ward of the hospital for 2 days.
Hey, okay, also, can we add overly dramatic language? Because nobody just, like, I don't know, just something about, like, the scene about him being sane feels kind of overly dramatic or far too formal of language.
Absolutely. This is specifically where the game driving people insane comes from, I think. This specific creepypasta. This is why I wanted it on there.
Great.
He ended up in the psych ward of the hospital for 2 days. When we went to visit him, I left my Game Boy Advance at home. No one could figure out what had set off his strange manic behavior. There was some talk that I didn't understand at the time about some kind of disorder he may or may not have had. But even though Mom and I had collected and brought in all the cut-up cartridges to be looked at, Mom's idea, not mine, no one had even thought to tie it back to the game. Maybe that was my fault. What do you mean?
Bro, don't blame yourself. Okay, hold on, bro. First of all, it's framed as if you were a child. Second of all, fucking, why would you fucking blame yourself for that? Like, you were high on like, adrenaline trying to comfort your brother because he went fucking insane.
Why would you link it to the fucking game? Why would you link a psychotic breakdown to a game?
I mean, yeah, he was destroying it, but fucking, if my brother just like hucked my game to the wall and started chasing me down with a hammer just because the audio was turned on, I wouldn't have fucking connected it to the game. I just would have been like, nah, he tried to kill, like, he tried to fucking like break my game, but I wouldn't like say that like high on adrenaline to like mention that, oh, maybe it's the game. Like, no, don't blame yourself for that bullshit. What the fuck?
Also,
You
why
were not thinking.
why was he only in the psych ward for 2 days?
Yeah.
Why was he only in the psych ward for 2 daes? I feel like that warrants a longer visit.
Yeah, fucking chasing your brother, elder brother, fucking chasing your brother down with a hammer just because he, like, the game
Their
audio was
sister.
playing?
But still,
Oh, sister?
remember,
Sister?
this is from the perspective of a woman with a little brother.
Oh! Oh, shit, is it? I thought they were both brothers.
No, the thing literally says, I'm a chick. As in, I am a woman.
Oh, okay, yeah, so it is
That's
just
why I
poor
said it
fucking
gave
writing.
man writing woman vibes.
Yeah, that.
Anyway,
Fucking Jesus, anyway.
I hadn't said a word about what had happened when he had accidentally touched my Game Boy or the blind white terror he had been thrown into when the music had started. My last visit to the hospital before school on the second day, I was left alone in the room with him while Mom had some private talk with the doctor about precautions to take should this happen again. Why would you leave the child in a room? Why would you
leave the child in a room that literally... I mean, she didn't say that she got chased down, but like, fucking... Like, that feels like just irresponsible in general. Just like, oh yeah, my son had a fucking psychotic breakdown, but I'm sure leaving my other child in there with him was just fine.
after only 2 days?
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine.
Oh
Jesus.
no! Why is my child bleeding? Anyway. I sat in a chair next to the bed where he was staring at the ceiling, but then he suddenly sat up, making me flinch. Hey, he told me. Angie, go in my room when you get home. I didn't understand what he meant, and then I remembered the things he hadn't packed up and brought in. The things we hadn't packed up and brought in. The game and the hacking tool under his bed. Get rid of them. I don't ever want to play with them ever again. His voice was so weary and desperate, he sounded like an old man on his deathbed. My poor, damaged little brother. How could I refuse? Why damaged? That's odd wording.
Yeah.
Promise you'll get rid of them. Okay, I promise. I was carted off to school late, and through the whole day, I only had my promise to him in my head. I didn't know it at the time, but this would be the last time I could ever play the big sister role and help him out. I just had to get home and get rid of that game. But as the day went on, a sick curiosity started to go through my head. What could possibly have happened to that game that scared him so badly? I was scared myself, but I just had to know. I had to.
Oh my god.
God
Okay, so that's
damn
overly
it.
scared protagonist and mentions that they can't bring themselves to turn off the game, either being too compelled, too curious, or scared.
I wouldn't say overtly scared protagonist because at this point they're scared because of what could have been a near-death experience of their brother coming at them with a hammer. So let's hold off on that, but put a pin in it. But definitely, like, mentions how they can't bring themselves to turn off the game because they're going to play it, and they're gonna play it because they're too curious.
Yeah.
I was scared myself, but I just had to know. I had to. I got home and went right into his room, bent on uncovering whatever horror was waiting for me. Mom had since vacuumed the room, and the cartridge and Game Shark were no longer visible. I got down and crawled half under the bed. feeling timid but holding on to the promise I made as my badge of courage. Under the bed, there was enough dust to make me cough, enough old Legos and various other toys that I couldn't set my elbow down without it landing on something. But I finally saw both objects. They'd been shoved to the corner on top of a notebook that looked too new to have been down here long. Unthinking, I grabbed the corner of the page and dragged everything out with me, still wheezing from the dust, allergies and all. They looked so innocent. Simple toys and a simple spiral-bound bunch of paper. When I set Silver version the Game Shark on the floor, I took a closer look at the notebook. On it were scrawled at least 20 different cheat codes, but one had been scratched out with Sharpie over where excuse me. But one had been scratched out with Sharpie over where it had initially been drawn in with pen. This was confusing. He had really tried to erase it out. The marker had been pressed to the paper so hard that ink soaked through most of the pages behind it, almost 2/3 of the way to the cardstock back cover. But pen has a way of sticking around. I picked up the notebook and tilted it backward in the light, and the reflective surface of the Sharpie revealed the indents that had been left where he'd written. The code was an unintelligible mess of letters and numbers, but the words next to it confused me. Easter egg, snow on Mount Silver. Roll credits. Sorry. I remembered what he had said when I'd found him. He had been raving about white, and then black. Could he mean snow? Even though it was only August and the temperature was still climbing to 9 degrees every day, a chill ran down my spine. Did I dare? God damn it.
Jesus Christ.
I picked everything up and brought it to my room and laid it out on the carpet in front of me with my own Game Boy Advance next to it. For a long time I had stared down at it, and the longer I looked, the more maniacal Lugaya's face became on the sticker. Like some kind of twisted grin, like it was daring me to find out what had happened to my brother. I was a 14-year-old kid. Did I really want to tempt fate and risk ending up like him? I glared down at Lugia for a while longer. I had to see. I'd like to pause to just remind everyone this is going on while this this girl is 14. She had
Jesus
a
Christ.
near-death experience at 14 from her little
Jesus
brother
Christ.
coming at her with a hammer.
Jesus Christ. Fucking Lord Almighty.
God damn it. This
That
sucks.
is a child.
This shit sucks. I slid gold out of my Game Boy Advance and stuck silver in its place. It took me almost 15 minutes to compose myself and turn it on. It started up normally. I left the sound on low, too afraid of what I might hear to keep it up the full way, and too curious to turn it the whole way off. The title screen was normal too, Lugia again, but somehow menacing despite my common sense telling me it was exactly the same picture as every other time I had started the game. How bad could this be? I asked myself. His note said Easter egg. Didn't that mean that was coding already in the game? The menu came up, still absolutely normal. His character was Blake, with a mostly filled Pokedex, but the time was odd. 999 and 99. I knew he couldn't have been playing that long. I barely logged 50 hours on my game, and I was at the Elite Four, and I was playing slowly. Probably the result of his hacking fucking up his file, I thought. Well, whatever again. Whatever again? Whatever then. I can read. The game started up, and the first thing I noticed was the prolonged black screen. It took almost a minute for anything to change, and there was no sound at all. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing up already, but it was too late to turn back. Good lord.
Is that now really scare protect us?
This is definitely over, like... This is definitely over dramatic. I would maybe say overly scared, because this is a game now. You're looking at a game.
Yeah.
Alright. I know this is a kid, and this is being kinda harsh, but also this is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
This is a very odd premise. Very premise. Finally, a very dim sort of map came onto the screen, but it looked like static. What was going on? I squinted down and realized with a fearsome pain that it was actually the Mount Silver map. But what I thought was static was heavy falling snow. So this was where he had last saved his game. I checked his party, a very normal team for someone who'd been using a Game Shark. Explosion for Feraligator, Megnium.
For alligator.
Megnium.
I'm assuming that's Meganium.
Meganium. Pidgeot. Tyranitar? Tyranitar?
Tyranitar, yeah, Tyranitar.
Lugia, all with 100 with modded moves. Typical for him. Think about the sprites
Yeah, okay, so
was...
that's the 3 Johto starters, a bird, the pseudo-legendary, and the legendary.
Makes sense. This is a hacked cartridge, or it's been established that that he hacked these Pokemons in.
Yeah.
Typical for him. Something about the sprites was strange, though. They seemed
There it is.
They seemed sullen in a way. Their colors seemed washed out, and their expressions lacked the usual vigor they normally had. I'd chalk this up to missing pixels or something, also due to the hacking. The map had brightened up just a smidge when I closed out the start menu. Indeed, snow was somehow falling very heavily. Pixels danced across the screen so fast it was hard to see the little sprite that was my brother's character. Something was off about him, too. When I checked the information, it was the same as the Pokemon sprites. The color was dull. And the colors were dull. In fact, now that I thought about it, he almost looked frostbitten. My stomach tightened, and I turned and tried to move back down the mountain. As I hit the bottom of the screen, words popped up, and there was finally a sound. A sprite hitting an invisible wall. I can't turn back now. That was unsettling. I went into my Pokemon and tried to use Pidgeot's fly ability. I can't fly in this, obviously referring to the snow. Fuck this, I thought, going into his bag. There was an escape rope. I tried using it. I can't go back anymore. What was going on? Once again, I tried to walk back down the mountain, and to my horror, the words changed with every attempt. I can't run away. I can't go back down. I can never go back. This last one sent a frigid feeling through my heart. There was no way down the mountain. I had to climb. Turning the little sprite around, I moved forward. No resistance at all, though my walking speed was oddly slow. What was truly weird was the lack of grass, trainers, of anything at all but that white snow, which still blew across the screen and made it almost impossible to see. As I moved further up the mountain, his walking speed became slower and slower. The static curtain of pixels grew thicker, so that I could barely make out the features of the map, but it seemed like the only way to move was straight ahead anyway. I reached what looked like a set of stairs at the very top edge of the screen. I didn't remember this being there before. As I tried to move up, the little sprite paused. I'm cold. By now, even I was getting goosebumps. His walking speed had become painfully slow, as if somehow he was being impeded. Up the little staircase. More text on the screen. Magnadum? Magnium?
Oh,
I forgot its
Meganium.
name again. Meganium has died. There we go.
There it is. Died.
What the fuck, I thought. Pokemon don't die in these games.
Jesus Christ.
I checked in my party and was frightened and confused by what I saw. Meganium's sprite had been replaced by Red X. All my other Pokemon spotted varying degrees of damage, though I hadn't battled once. I went to my bag and found a single revive and tried to use it. It's too late, it said. What kind of Easter egg was this? There wasn't much else I could do. Trying to turn around yielded the same messages as before, so I kept moving. Pidgeot has died. I checked again. Sure enough, there was a little red X. This time, I selected it and looked at the Pokemon itself, trying to figure out what was wrong. I wished I hadn't. The sprite was mangled. Pieces of it were missing. What was left was splotched with a sickly blue-gray color, and its eye was a solid black pit. I flipped down to Magnesium. Same deal. A leg missing, a chunk of its neck, most of its head, save that pitch-black dead eye. Morbid curiosity urged me onward, and the path never deviated from the straight upward road I traveled the entire time. Along the way, every now and then, another party Pokemon would die. An examination of its sprite would show it was in the same condition as the others, until all that was left was Typhlosion. One more staircase was up ahead. I climbed it, braced for whatever horror awaited me. I hit the summit. It was deserted. Red was nowhere to be found. The snow had stopped
There it is.
falling. Sorry. I wasn't ready for that. In the very center of the map was something sticking out of the snow. It looked like a Pokeball. Okay, maybe all this creepy shit led up to some climactic final battle using whatever was in there. If I picked it up, maybe Red would come out of hiding. I walked over and examined it. There was a burst of static noise from my game that made me jump. What appeared on the screen was a battle animation. My trainer started appearing, his skin tinged blue, against another mangled Pokemon sprite. It was Celebi. In the center of that black hole that was its eye, a single red dot burned out like an ember. The thing looked rotted. I didn't even throw out my most dead-sized explosion before it had moved. Celebi used Perish Song. A screech came out of my Game Boy Advance, and I almost dropped it as the screen went white. Part of me was relieved, thinking that my final Pokemon had been KO'd and I would be transported to a Pokemon Center. But I was wrong. My sprite reappeared in what looked like a cave. Was I now inside the mountain? I checked my trainer card and felt sick. The sprite was just as mauled? Mauled, I guess. Mauled is the Pokemon
Yeah,
had
mauled.
been. A leg gone, a single eye missing, pitch black, so sad looking. Tears welled up at the corner.
Oh my god.
And every color on him was replaced by those 6 shades of frosty blue and gray. Every stat on the card was reduced to 0, except for the time, which still read 999 and 99. I quickly moved back to the map. His sprite there mimicked the horror it had become on the trainer card. Pieces were missing, everything was discolored. I tried to walk, and at first I received a message. It's so cold. There was only one direction to go, upward. I moved on, and every now and then would be stopped by a message that made my heart sink lower and lower. Mother, it feels so cold. I can't go on. The walls, as I walked, became darker and darker, till they were pitch black at the end. There was an exit there, marked only by a white outline. I had no other choice but to go through it.
Oh wait, hold on. Previously owned game file. I forgot that part. Whoops. Anyway.
But yeah, previously owned game file. We completely skipped over that. Also,
Whoops, my bad.
there we go. I opened into a chamber that was also solid white. The only way to distinguish the walls was a thin gray line that marked them as separate from the floor. Against the far wall there was another sprite. Red sprite. Intact. I'd come this far. I had to finish this. I walked right up to him and hit A. Ellipses. A battle started. Oh wait! Oddities
Also,
when battling Pokemon.
yeah, with Pokemon and battle. Also, would missing no count because, like, he mentioned there was mentioning of like doing glitches, right?
There was
Was
no
there ever missing no?
missing no was never mentioned specifically.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
Eh.
Also, would it count with the game somehow, some godforsaken way, affect IRL things because the
Considering it made the brother go crazy, yes.
yeah. All
I
right.
would
Well,
consider
yeah.
that.
All right. Fair enough.
And also, just because this is also batshit, we might as well.
Yeah, might as well.
Red Sprite had none of the deformities that marred my own. The colors were the same blues and grays, but he was intact. He just looked extremely sad. His first Pokemon came out, Venusaur. It was just like my own had been, but level 0, with a speck of health. I sent out Typhlosion, who had just 6 hit points HP left. No Pokemon made a sound when they were brought into battle. Venusaur used Struggle. There was no animation, just a single point of damage done to Typhlosion, and then the opposing sprite dropped off the screen. Venusaur has died. There was no text asking me to switch out. Instead, there was just what I took to be dialogue from Red. Ellipses. His next Pokemon was Blastoise, even more mangled than Venusaur had been. It too struggled and died. After each round, there was that ominous ellipses from their trainer. Every sprite was more damaged than the last. His Espeon was barely distinguishable as a Pokemon. I realized somewhere he was sending them out. He was sending them out all out of order, which saved one Pokemon for last. Pikachu came out, and it was grotesque. It, too, was discolored like it was frostbitten. It was missing an ear, half its body and tail. Its head was mostly intact, but its eyes were much larger than they should have been, and glared at me like pitch black windows into hell. Dear Lord.
Mm.
But the thing that got me the most was the giant smile that extended almost all the way to the edges of its head. Its health was somehow at zero, or at least looked that way. My hands were shaking. I didn't get a chance to attack. Pikachu used Pain Split. Pikachu has died. Typhlosion has died. It cut back to the image of Red Sprite, and now it looked like mine. With his body so butchered it looked like a carcass stripped of most of its meat, except it had those same soulless, deranged eyes as Pikachu. I finally understood what happened. They were dead. They were dead, and this sub-level of the mountain was the hell they now existed in. Wait, before we continue, impossible battles.
Yep.
Red finally spoke. It's over. The screen flashed black and white for a moment. Use Destiny Bond. A horrible, hideous screeching started to issue from my Game Boy Advance. The screen went white and it shrieked at me, and I threw it to the floor and pressed my back against the bed. The horrible noise continued for several long moments while the screen stayed white, then went black. Then there was silence. It took me a long few minutes, but I eventually stood up. I took the Game Shark, took the notebook, I took that fucking possessed game. I picked them all up and carried them to the garbage can we had already set out for morning pickup, the end of our long, winding driveway, and I threw them in. When I got back to the house, I didn't know what made me do it, but I picked up Yellow version and started into my Game Boy. I think it was part of me determined to make sure I hadn't somehow been tainted as well. The music started up, the game played, turned to my Pikachu and hit A. Its smiling face greeted me with an ear twitch and a big pixelated smile, a pleasant, normal smile. I turned my game off and spent the next hour crying on the floor. My brother and I never did play Pokemon together again. He gave it up for good. I stuck to replaying my comforting, unhacked games. That winter, the snow fell thick. God, that's awful. This is awful. That's it.
And this is also why we made disclaimer that just because it also no matter what amount of cliches it has, it does not speak to the quality because that was god awful, but yet no bingo.
That
Nothing.
wasn't a bingo?
No. Mentions red to some extent, which is middle top oddities with battle. Well, okay, so from top left down to bottom right, we have in the middle mentions red to some extent, oddities with battling, overtly scared protagonist, skip. Previously owned game file, sprites are distinctly different, skip. Realistic blood, skipping realistic blood. Somewhere IRL is dead and insane, skip. Free space, skip. Mentions how they can't bring themselves to harm the game, skip. Overly dramatic language and or protagonist far too formal, skip. The game somehow, some godforsaken way, affects IRL things. Impossible battles, skip. Pokemon is died not fainted, skip.
Wow.
There is no bingo! I'm
is.
surprised too.
Okay, it's once again a thing of there's no bingo, but it's bingo in our hearts.
Yeah. If it mentioned missing no, then it would have been bingo, which I'm surprised it didn't because of all the glitch talk.
Yeah, I was
But
talking
if
a lot
we're
about
counting
glitches and hacking, and yet no missing no.
Yeah, if it mentioned, like, missing no, or if we're counting just, like, glitches in general, like, and assuming that missing no is a part of it, then yeah, it'd be bingo. But, yeah, just as it stands, nothing.
That's
Which
surprising.
I'm surprised too.
Anyway, so, snow on Mount Silver. Thoughts?
I'm okay. I will say that I'm kind of glad that it was just like it didn't end with the protagonist being just as crazy as her brother and going batshit fucking insane.
Yeah.
I'm glad there wasn't like mentions of realistic blood on top of like all the pit alerts.
I mean, it did mention that they were horribly mutated, like,
yeah,
not mutated, horribly mutilated, but no blood specifically.
Yeah, no blood specifically, and even if we added that, there wouldn't have been a bingo.
Yeah, because there was no mention of, like, Lavender Town or anything.
Yeah. So, so I'm glad of that much.
And I guess, like, the snow falling heavy is a good-ish, like, last line to have, which would, like, pay homage to, like, the rest of the game and what it was about.
Yeah.
However, the rest of it kind of fucking sucked.
It
Like,
sucks so much.
and you
It's
were
so
right about
bad.
like, and you were right about it felt like a guy writing about a girl. Like, come on, man. Like, there were only a few words, but like, you could have made it any fucking gender. It didn't fucking matter. But
Like I said, this was specifically why I wanted the somebody IRL is insane. Because of this one specifically.
yeah,
With
I
the
just
brother
like,
going crazy, which because that didn't happen to the protagonist, makes you wonder just what the fuck was going on with the brother before he got that game, before he looked at the hacked cartridge.
Yeah, I guess for him that was a bit too intense or something. I don't fucking know. Because if it's her younger brother, then he has to be like 13, 12, maybe even 10, I'm assuming.
Yeah, he's
is around
like
the age
he's
range.
13 at max.
Yeah, at max he's like 13, which would make sense if he's younger, therefore would traumatize him worse.
Though I am still surprised why, when he was put in a psych ward, he was only in there for 2 days.
Yeah, I don't
Was it
fucking
because
know.
it was a sudden psychotic break and not like a series of repeated events
Yeah.
that indicated a
Yeah, I'm assuming maybe it was sudden because like that was just the one time, and after that he just seemed kind of normal.
other than a little fucked up now. Brother
Yeah,
refuses to
emotional
touch him.
damage.
So far, like all 3 of these have just induced emotional damage to some extent.
Yeah.
Which I
Anyway,
guess is par
so
for the course, but yeah. Once again, Snow on Mount Silver. Not a bingo, but a bingo in our hearts. Because god damn it, that shit sucked.
now on to the creepypasta that even I know.
And
I
on to
think.
one I actually really like, genuinely, not ironically. Strangled Red. You
Yeah,
ready?
which I already know from the beginning we're going to like damaged or game cartridge like sticker is damaged.
I'm
I
actually,
do know that much about Strangled
before
Red.
though, I'm going to be right back because I want to drink.
Okay, that's fair. That's as much as I know about Strangled Red, and there's obviously more to that, but you know. Oh, also, should probably do mentions Red to some extent because, you know, it's a Gen 1 game. No duh, it's gonna mention fucking Red. So also bonus points for that.
Here come the neurons! Awesome.
Yeah, also, I did also circle mentions Red to some extent because, no duh.
No fucking shit.
I wonder why it mentions Red to some extent.
Looks at the title. Also, it does mention Red in the story specifically.
Yeah.
Anyway, Strangled Red. There are tons of stories out there about hacked Pokemon games. Some of them really quite neat, such as the one about a version where you get a ghost as a starter. Some are ridiculous, silly stories about individuals dying after playing a game, or the game talking to them. God, don't these writers know less is more when it comes to these stories? Ah well, I digress. Can we immediately, check off, mentions, a famous Pokemon Creepypasta? Because it specifically talks about the one where you get a ghost as a starter, which is from, Pokemon Black.
Yeah, Pokemon Black is one I do kind of like remember.
Yeah, because
Yeah. And if
I
we
was
have
reading through a lot of them.
Yeah, and if we have time slash the energy too, we might get to Pokemon Black.
We might,
Maybe, possibly, potentially.
potentially.
We'll see.
Anyway, that's immediately like, what's that, 2 off the bat? 3?
That's three off the bat. I'm also going to say four because this is already very formal language. It's like, oh, all these writers with all these ridiculous, like, you know,
Also, we're
like
gonna
that's the
have
vibe.
another in a second because it's bought, and because there's a mention of stuff like finding it somewhere. Actually, wait, hold on. I don't know if this would count as our bought at a garage or yard sale rule. Hold on, let me just read it. I grew interest in these hacked games that are apparently in any thrift store on eBay or handed out by homeless people to random
Well, I
passerby.
mean, we didn't count eBay for the
But
other one, so I mean,
but he's not buying it on eBay. I didn't have the pleasure of meeting these creepy people. I merely found this particular cartridge in a trash bin when the garbage truck backed into my neighbor's dumpster. Sorry, it's still literally fell out of a trash can. I will
that's
say, he didn't buy it secondhand. Fucking found in the trash and what? This is mine now.
yeah, okay, fine, fair. I will give it that. Though already, five parts in the bingo, barely a couple like a couple sentences in. That's not great, my guy.
Trophy! I smell cliche! I noticed the game and asked the trash man if I could take it, and he didn't seem to mind. It was thrown away after all. I, of course, checked with my neighbor to confirm if they actually did want it, though they seemed perplexed, as if they'd never seen it in their life. Their son made a grab for it, a little boy who saw the Charizard on the cover, crying out, "Pokemon! I want Mommy!" But his mother told him no, seeing as I found it. He didn't even have a Game Boy anyway. He just liked Pokemon. Thinking nothing more, I simply went home, looking at the cartridge sticker on the way. It's the plain old red version, the sticker torn slightly across the Charizard's neck, but that was expected with such an odd game, or such an old game. Blah, blah. I had blue version as a kid, so I was a bit eager to see the, albeit minimal, differences red version had. I was rather disappointed by what I saw when the title screen showed up. Pokemon, Strangled Red version. Well, damn it, it was a hack. Hacks were neat and all, but they had zero monetary value. The original's quite valuable by now, and I wanted to play Red anyway, not this crap. Oh well, it was free, might as well try it. The name was odd, however. Strangled Red? That made no sense. Not even a morbid description of someone being asphyxiated as people turn blue when choking, not red. Who knows, maybe there was a pair of these hacks and I just got the red one. The more I thought about this, though, the more interested I became. My initial disappointment turned to curiosity. I wanted to know what the creator had made, and I was going to note everything I saw. The first oddity I noticed was the start screen had Charizard next to a trainer instead of a Charmander. Also, the Pokemon never cycled through like the original versions did. It just stayed Charizard, even after 5 minutes of waiting. Shrugging, I hit start, noticing there was no Charizard cry as I did, like there was supposed to be. I saw there was a continue option, so I figured I'd do what everyone did with used games and see what the previous owner had done.
There it is.
There it is.
Yeah,
No.
I'm saying that a lot in this stream. I'm realizing.
Mm-hmm. Ah, my throat's sore. Doing a lot of reading. Excuse
Yeah,
me.
that's fair.
Keep your throat hydrated.
Doing my best. I blinked in surprise. No. What do you mean, no? The game couldn't let me continue no matter what, though on the fourth attempt, I heard the Charizard cry. Quiet and barely audible, but there. Shrugging it off, I decided to just hit new game, like I would have done after checking the old file anyway. The screen cut to black for a while. No Professor Oak, no starting theme, just nothing at all. Eventually, the screen came back, showing a bedroom, 2 beds, 2 TVs, and a computer in the corner. My trainer sprite was the usual one, consistent with the original red version. I was curious as to why it didn't ask my name, though that was answered as I opened the pause menu, noticing my trainer was named Steven. No, this isn't my real name or some stupid crap like that. This game isn't self-aware or haunted, at least not that I know of. It just had a name chosen already. Curious, I saw he had the starter amount of money, no badges. He didn't look like curious, I saw he had the starter amount of money, no badges. He didn't look like Red though. His hair was longer, almost reaching halfway down his back. Red's usual smile replaced with a confident smirk. Honestly, I found the sprite much cooler than Red.
Okay. Anyways, parts are distinctly different.
Yeah. Though not in the creepy gory way, it's just a different person.
Yeah, but
We will see
so
where it
different.
goes.
Yeah, so it's gonna be checked off later anyway. So might as well circle it
I mean,
now.
it's still distinctly different because it's like it's different.
Yeah.
Next, I checked out his Pokemon, a single Charmander. Oh god. Ugh, excuse me. Level 5, named Miki. Nothing was odd about it, or should I say her, with the name and all. She had. Sorry. I'm very gassy, sorry. She had beginning Charmander stats, only knew Scratch and Tail Whip. Basic stuff. The game seemed relatively normal. Returning to the game, I walked about the room, noticing Steven's long hair was present on the back of my trainer sprite when my back was turned to the camera. I didn't recognize the house, but I descended the stairs to see more. Downstairs was another trainer who spoke to me the instant I came down. Mike, ready yet? Steven. Yeah. I assumed this Mike was my rival, pre-decided for me. A replacement of Blue, most likely, though I thought back to the bedroom having two beds, realizing they weren't just rivals, they were brothers. They talked back and forth, basic Pokemon dialogue, become a Pokemon master, catch 'em all, stuff like that. Or having a little argument over which is better, Charmander or Squirtle, which, of course, led to the introduction battle, like the one versus Blue in the lab. Simple enough, scratch, tackle, till I won purely for having the first turn. I took note of how much better Steven's sprite looked in combat than Red's. A different pose, his hair looking like it was blowing in the wind. A brief, minor upgrade, but still much nicer.
Oh my god, shut the fuck up.
This guy's like, fuck Red, my man's Steven. Friendship ended with Red, now Steven's my best friend.
Yeah, he really said that, huh?
I want to make a meme image
I
of
mean,
that.
I'm all for guys with longer hair too. Oh, but my man, come on.
Glances at you. Bombastic side-eye.
I'm all for longer hair, but come on, it's an old fucking game. You can't expect like cooler graphics for your protagonist. Come on.
I left the house after some more banter with my brother, stepping out to the Pallet Town theme. Going to the east, I found this was indeed Pallet Town. The house was simply on the outskirts to the west. I know there was no mysterious grassy field like in normal Pallet Town. Wandering about, I decided to check in on Red's home. His mother was inside. When I talked to her, she commented on how handsome Steven looked, hoping her son would look up to him as a role model for when he became a trainer himself next year. Which, of course, led me to realize this game took place a year before the original Pokemon. Red was even upstairs, playing the NES in his room, commenting, I'm gonna be the best too when it's my turn. I was starting to like this hack. It was interesting, a completely new adventure, a different character. Hell, Steven even seemed to have a history of the people in his town, a reputation, a personality beyond a silent protagonist. The people in town talked to him as a person, making conversation, not just spouting tutorial crap. Even Blue's sister had new dialogue. They seemed to be in a relationship too, as the dialogue ended with a kiss and a heart over her head. Odd detail.
Okay. Wait. Didn't they mention that Blue's Steven's brother more than likely?
No. It's like a kind of Blue stand-in, as in the rival.
Okay. I was going to say, whoo.
No.
Okay, that would have been bad. Okay.
Much like how there is still Red, and though being a year younger, there is still Blue, who I assume is also a year younger.
Okay.
And now there are these new characters added, Steven and Mike, which are this game's version of the player, of the protagonist and the rival.
Okay, gotcha. That makes it.
There's no incest.
Okay, I was just double checking because I heard Blue stand in and then something about Blue's sister being in a relationship, and I'm just like,
I I
but good.
know it's just like to make it feel like more established in the town, but still, like the relationship with Blue Sister thing still is a weird addition.
Yeah, especially because, like, I thought that in the, like, especially in the remasters, her sprite, like, was like that of a younger girl, and assuming that she's younger than Blue, which,
Let's not think about
yeah,
it.
yeah, let's not think about it. Anyways, point being, assuming that's the older sister,
Let's just go
I
with
must
an
agree.
older sister for our sanity.
Yeah, for sanity. Anyways, I also must like agree with the. I gotta agree with the writer of this one though. This would be really cool to play, or at least like this
Honestly,
beginning
yeah.
portion.
It does
Just
sound
like
very interesting.
Yeah, like having your protagonist know the town and know all these people and things like that. That sounds neat.
Like,
If
this
it
is
wasn't for the
established.
having
This is a
later
person.
yeah, like if it wasn't for things that happened later on, I'd love to play it. But unfortunately, I don't think I can, knowing the rest of this is a creepypasta.
Yep.
Anyway,
Professor Oak simply wished me well, giving me a Pokedex to aid my adventure. He wasn't giving it to me to be the He wasn't giving it to me to be the reason behind the adventure like every other Pokemon game out there. He gave it to me out of kindness, something to help me on my way, a gift. I was liking this more and more with each second. The game seemed to have an actual story now. I was somebody, not just a cookie-cutter protagonist anyone could be, not some
oh
blank
my
sheet
god,
that could be replaced without notice.
Jesus Christ!
Friendship
Okay,
ended
you're
with Red. Steven's my new best friend.
okay. Yeah, you're a purist for different reasons. Fuck, man. Calm down.
The story was different, though the actual gameplay remained unchanged. I went north like I was supposed to, went from town to town, collected badges, received the excuse me. Collected badges, received the praise of the leaders. Steven's fame even seemed to spread, as some NPCs would talk like they knew him. I used Miki for every battle, and she was growing surprisingly fast. She handled Brock with ease, and even pounded Misty with no trouble at all.
Okay, hold on. What? How? That's a fire type against the rock and water shim. What the fuck?
Miki
How?
is OP.
I understand that's the point of this, but what the fuck? Okay, if this is normal gameplay, Miki should have been fucking destroyed. And you should be catching other Pokemon other than your fucking starter, my man.
Oh wait, she wasn't as adversely affected by super effective attacks as others, did more damage than a regular Charmander. She was a veritable powerhouse. So I guess the point of the hack is that she's stronger because she's special.
Yeah, she's.
I mean, she started
you
out
should
as
still catch
yeah. She started out as level 5, so I guess it's implied that Steven has like a little bond with his Charmander.
I mean, that is cute though.
Yeah. She even became a Charizard at the mere level of 25. Not bad at all,
Okay.
I must say.
Okay, that's. Hacks. I call hacks.
I mean, it's a hacked cartridge, hun.
I know, but still, I'm just making reference of just hacks. I call hacks.
Things started to get weird though as soon as I reached Lavender Town. I know. Lavender Town is the focus behind every creepy story and the like, but it was the only place that was noticeably different.
Yeah, okay, there's our Lavender Town mention. Also, would that be oddities with battling Pokemon / Pokemon Battle because of how overpowered Miki is?
I guess. Although, instead, it's in the player's favor, while usually it's against the player.
Yeah, it's usually against the player, but it's still, oddities in battle, even if it's in the player's benefit.
Taking the trope and just twisting it a little.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like the Vanellope von Schweetz sort of situation of just like, yeah, it's hacked and it's obviously being odd, but it's in the player's favor, so eh.
There was no Team Rocket invasion, which I found odd, though I did remember this was a year in the past, so the invasion wouldn't occur until Red's time. I tried to enter Pokemon Tower, aiming to get a Ghastly, but that's when it got odd. I have no reason to be here. Steven wouldn't go into Pokemon Tower no matter what I did. This was weird. I mean, hell, there are a million places in Kanto you really need to be. Little random houses with nothing but children. Oh, wait, you really have no need to be. Little random houses with nothing but children NPCs, for example. Why was it here that Steven wouldn't enter? With a shrug, I figured I wouldn't need a ghastly, seeing as Miki could handle anything, so I simply went and on my way, Lavender Town serving no purpose other than a passageway with a Pokemon Center. The game progressed normally from there. The remaining gyms fell, and eventually I made my way to the Elite Four and defeated them. As with Blue, my brother Mike was there before me, initiating the championship battle, which Miki swept with ease. The aftermath of the battle was quite pleasant. None of the tension that was present between Red and Blue at the end of their match. The brothers congratulated each other on their progress and shook hands. Why is there feedback? I'm sorry, I was hearing some weird noises on your end.
Sorry.
Okay, it sounds better now. Oh wait, never mind. There it is again. And it's gone. There it is again! God damn! The missing note is coming from inside the headphones.
I don't know what's happening.
I'll just keep reading.
Okay.
The brothers congratulated each other on their progress and shook hands before the screen went white. No Hall of Fame nor any credits. When the screen came back, it was at the house again. The two brothers sitting at the computer, conversing with each other. Steven, I don't want to. Mike, come on, I just gotta borrow her for a second to finish the Pokedex. The entry won't register unless she recognizes me as master for just a second. Steven, she's my Miki. Mike, I promise I'll give her back. Come on, please? Yes or no? I was a bit perplexed, so I hit no to be cautious. Mike, come on, please? No. Mike, come on, please? I realized this would simply continue to loop until I hit yes, so I did, just to see what would happen. Mike, alright, this will just take a second, then we'll both be Pokemon Masters. Steven's just a bunch of ellipses. The screen changed the animation shown when two people trade Pokemon, which I found a bit weird, seeing as I was solo, but whatever. This was what was apparently supposed to happen. Miki went first. I watched lazily as she began to travel down the trading tube. Snap. It made me jump. The sudden noise resonating in my silent bedroom, loud to the volume being way up. Looking at the screen, I noticed the game had seemed to freeze. Miki's still in mid-trade, but the game wasn't doing anything. With a sigh, I turned off the game, wondering when my last save was. When the game turned back on, I stared for a moment at the start screen. There was no Charizard next to the trainer. Upon pressing start, I saw the new game option was absent, leaving only continue. This was strange to say the least, so I selected it. The game starting without even showing my stats as usual. My jaw dropped at what I was greeted with. 1 year later. The Lavender Town theme came first.
Yep, there it is.
Playing its normal way, the screen slowly fading in from blackness. Steven was in the Pokemon Tower, which made the music even stranger, seeing as the tower had its own theme. He was standing in front of a tombstone, not doing anything. Wondering what was going on, I pressed A. Steven just says ellipses. Confused, I tried walking, realizing I was indeed in control at the moment. Brought up the pause menu and checked my party. Miki was gone. Not just Miki, all my Pokemon. He had nothing. The Pokedex was absent from the menu. His bag was empty. Honestly concerned now, I checked his trainer card. What?
Yeah, party bots acting strangely to some degree.
Yeah, that counts. He had no money. He had no badges. His playtime was 8,795 hours. Oddly specific. Which was impossible as I had only 30 logged in before. But that wasn't the strangest part. His picture. The picture of the handsome, confident young trainer was different. His eyes were blank, his face turned slightly down. That smirk of his was gone, replaced by a lack of any expression at all. The long hair of his, before in a perfect perm, was now messy and unkempt. I couldn't look at him anymore, closing the menu. I went to move out of the tower, but with every step I took away from the tombstone, the screen flickered, like it did when a Pokemon was poisoned. Gulping, I brought up the trainer card again. His picture was getting worse. Every step I took, he hung his head more and more. His shoulders slumped. He bent over. By the time I had exited the tower, he was on his knees, hands to his face, hair draped across him. I had guessed already what was going on, but this clinched it. I began to put some things together in my mind. I had always wondered why there was no champion in the original games besides your rival. Why is it you, the protagonist, had to beat your rival when he just waltzed in, no previous champion to challenge? And it struck me. The answer was right there. The previous champion gave up. His precious Miki was apparently dead, and with her, so died part of him. Pokemon has died, not faded.
Yep.
His Pokedex, the other Pokemon, his badges, his fame, all of it, he threw it away. And that year, the year that I missed, the year where all those hours came from, I even did the math. There was 8,765 hours in a year. Add that to my 30 from before and it matched up. Even so, the game kept going. There should have been an ending, I thought. I mean, what else was there to do? I had no Pokedex, no Pokemon, not anything. What was I supposed to be doing? I talked to everyone in the town, but they all said similar things. Are you okay? Still mourning, I see. Everything will be alright. Please, is there anything we can do? Stephen never replied to them, and they all simply said the same things over and over. I couldn't put the game down now. This is all so strange. Curious, I headed off into the tall grass. Can't stop because curiosity! I'm curious, I headed off into the tall grass, and eventually got into a battle with a Rattata. No Pokemon was sent out, just Steven Sprite. I was wondering how I'd battle. While Rattata left you be. The battle ended without anything happening. This was certainly interesting, and it happened with every Pokemon I encountered. Wild Pidgey ignored you. Wild Bonita wandered off. The music never changed, no matter where I went. Lavender Town came from the speakers, following me, sometimes slowed down slightly, sometimes not. I searched everywhere, every town, talked to everybody, wondering just what the hell I needed to do. My frustration was mixing with the depressing atmosphere of all this, making the experience altogether unnerving and uncomfortable, but I couldn't tear myself away. I was starting to get a bit angry, though. Nobody telling me anything besides giving me their condolences and trying to give me items like lemonade or coffee, each met with Stephen saying no. I slapped myself for idiocy, suddenly realizing how the likely answer was right in front of me. Pallet Town, of course. When I went there, though, which took a long time, having to walk, no Pokemon to fly with, no bicycle to ride, and Stephen only seemed to move half the regular movement speed, it was much different. I first tried talking to Professor Oak. These things happen. You were just unlucky. Next, I tried Blue's sister. Please, don't leave home again. Red's mom wouldn't even talk to me at all. With nowhere else in mind to go, I walked to the west, finding the house in the beginning, which I had never entered since leaving Pallet Town. Once I was Mike, but talking to him was just as useless. Mike, I'm so sorry. I pondered for a moment if this really was the ending. Stephen doomed to do nothing but roam Kanto? I'm sorry, I always forget how to pronounce that. Kanto.
Yeah, Kanto.
Stephen doomed to do nothing but roam Kanto in misery, haunted by the memories, forced to listen to everyone's concerns about him. As a last-ditch effort to do anything, I went to the bedroom and walked over to the bed. Stephen, I'm going to sleep. The screen faded to black for a moment, but then slowly faded back in, the world having a black tint to it. The Mike Sprite laying in the other bed. I assumed this meant it was night. Stephen, I'm going to do it. Do what? Again, I had no idea. Tried expecting everything in the room. Nothing happened. As soon as I left the house, another dialogue. Stephen. It can bring her back. It can do anything. What in the hell was it? Something that couldn't do anything. Something that could do anything. I couldn't for the life of me figure it out. Wandering about, I tried to leave Palatown the usual way. Stephen says, not that way. He wouldn't go any further. I tried the homes. Screw them. I crooked my eyebrows at that, forgetting for a moment this is not a real Pokemon game. The vulgarity just took me off guard. Screw them is vulgar?
Oh my god. Yeah, you are far too formal, my guy. Screw them is vulgar. Jesus Christ.
That is silly. I continued to look around, but there was nowhere I could go until I accidentally stepped on the ocean, and Stephen walked right in. Only the upper half of his sprite visible, like the swimmers you encountered in the Cerulean gym. Sorry. Like the swimmers you encountered in the Cerulean gym. I didn't know he could swim. It's the missing one. Missing one? I paused for a moment. No, he couldn't possibly mean that. I haven't tried the missing no trick on this hack yet, but it just fit too well. That had to be what he meant. I surfed all the way towards Cinnabar. I began to feel something was off, more so than this already was. Silence. The Lavender Town theme had stopped. There was no noise at all, nor were there any Pokemon. I just kept, sorry, I just kept going, finding Cinnabar and surfing up and down these coasts. Lo and behold, wild missing no appeared. Steven says, mine. Wild missing no was caught. What the hell? Steven didn't do anything. He just commanded that atrocity of broken data to join him. No, become his possession, and it did. I was getting more and more disturbed by this all. Checking the stat menu, I saw missing no was not in my party, but instead an item, making things even stranger. I checked a trainer card as well. Steven.
Scared protagonist.
What?
Overtly scared protagonist.
Oh yeah, I'd say that counts. I checked the trainer card as well. Steven has his back to me, his long hair draped behind him, his hands in his pockets, nothing else. Remembering what he said at the start of the night, I realized what I had to do. I surfed to land and made my way northeast to, where else, Lavender Town. Along the way, I noticed all the trainers, oddly still out at this hour, wouldn't look at Steven, all of them turning when he passed, and those that were normally static. I tried talking to one of the officers in the guardhouse type building. Just go. They all said the same thing. The one sent chills down my spine. Sometimes dead is best. My hands were sweating by this point. Steven was about to try the impossible, something some would see as a crime against nature, which many of these people shared that opinion. I steeled myself. It's just a game, and I was going to complete it. It took an eternity to reach the Pokemon Tower, but I got there eventually, taking a deep breath and heading towards the tombstone. I remembered which one, the image of Steven standing before it was burned to my mind after all. First, I tried inspecting it. The speech box says, Miki. Nothing happened. With a gulp, I used the menu and selected Missing Note from the back. Oak. Steven, don't use it! I was reminded of when Professor Oak would magically tell you that you couldn't use a key item somewhere, like using the bicycle in the building. The message this time was different. Even worse, Steven responded to it. In a world that cheated me, why should I play fair? Steven used it. Steven obtained, and I'm not sure how to pronounce this, so I'm just gonna spell it out. M number sign $! Exclamation point. That's just a jumble of letters. Steven obtained a jumble of letters.
Yeah, that's fair.
What in God's name did I obtain? I couldn't tell you, because the game took away my control. There we go. Without my input, Steven began to leave the tower on his own, walking single step by single step. The Lavender Town theme started again as he left the tower and began his excruciatingly slow journey against my will. Every time he crossed one of the borders where the music would change, it got progressively slower, more and more disturbing. By the time he reached Cerulean City, it was demonic rumbling. I just stared, watching him, trying to guess where he was going. It was getting more and more obvious. He was heading to Palatown. The music had all but stopped when he got there, playing single note by single note. He went exactly where I'd guessed, right to his own house, inside and up the stairs. At this point, there was no music. Steven moved step by step, stopping at his brother's bed, trying to face him at first. I thought the game froze. Didn't do anything, simply stood there, and I couldn't move him. I did, however, find out I could open the pause menu. I was terrified to look, but I couldn't stop myself. I selected his trainer card. There was a low growl noise, like a distorted Pokemon cry. Oh, hold on, sorry, I need to take a moment to breathe. I was doing all that basically in one breath.
Yeah, please take breaths. That's important.
Oh, hello, Liquid. In chat, there's a low growl noise like a distorted Pokemon cry. Steven was looking at me again, directly at the screen. He was hunched over, his bangs obscuring his face. His hair was wild and feathered out. Between his bangs, there wasn't even a face at all, just black. Two red eyes looking straight forward, a white grin contrasting with the darkness. That wasn't all. His name was now Steven, but it's spelt in Leet, so it's S! 3V 3N. I couldn't look away, my eyes glued to his, not breaking contact vision was getting blurry until I couldn't see very well. My face grew wet. I was crying like a baby. There was nothing I could do to hold back the tears. I was with this boy from the start. I built him up to greatness, and was then forced to watch his decline after a tragic accident. And now he was this thing, this abomination. I watched him go insane. Holding my tears, wiping my eyes, I closed down the trainer card and tried to save the game. Wanted to just quit. The game informed me this was impossible. Nothing can be saved now. The pause menu wouldn't close no matter what I did, so with no other option, I checked the bag. Nothing happened. I checked Pokemon, and there was one. A single sprite met me. It had 0 HP, status DED. Dead.
Oh my god.
Its name, the jumble of letters from before, M, @ number sign, $. I selected it, and I was greeted with 4 options. Status, it's her. Switch, never. Close, no. Strangle. My fingers shaking, I selected strangle, and the menu closed, showing Steven in the room again. And Steven once again spelled elite. Goodbye. Snap. The game shut itself off, and I was more dumbfounded than frightened. In a bit of shock, I turned it back on, the title screen showing the manic Steven and a horribly glitched Charizard. I pressed start and continue. All I saw was a zoomed out view of Pallet Town, showing Steven's home to the west, tall grass surrounding it, those unmovable stones blocking it from the rest of the town. The image was completely static. No music, no movement, before fading to white, going back to the tile screen. It was as it had been when I first popped it in. A trainer and a Charizard. I attempted to hit continue. No. And that's how it ends. Now, I know you were progressively saying, oh my god, throughout this, but I love this creepypasta.
It's definitely one of those it's so bad it's good things.
No, unironically. I love it, I think it's good. Like, are there flaws with it? Absolutely. Do I genuinely like it? Yes.
I'm sorry, hon, but I'm gonna have to disagree with you and tell you that's garbage.
Okay.
This
However,
garbage.
I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it's God's creation.
Yeah, no, I know that's not what you're saying, but I don't think even, like, it's flawed. I just think it's hot garbage.
Okay, you can think that, but it's my hot garbage.
Yeah, no. And not only is it hot garbage, it doesn't even get the rank of bingo.
I'm once again surprised. How are we not getting bingos anymore?
Yeah. We would have gotten one ad, Pokemon not wanting to leave, realistic blood, don't play the name of the game, game won't turn off, indoor audio still plays even when it's muted. We got close several times, but we did not get a bingo. If some things were shuffled around, I'm sure we would have gotten, like, several bingos, but with the way it's formatted, we did not get a bingo.
Okay. But, come on, I like it. I genuinely like Strangled Red. I like it. It, like, sets up an actually engaging Pokemon hack that is, like, pretty fucking standard. Just like a normal game, but clearly, like, not made by Pokemon. And then suddenly, when the protagonist is used to the, like, the character and the story and the world, it just twists. And I like that about it.
Yeah, okay, I will give you that, like, I will
It's
give
also
you...
not haunted, it's just a hacked game. It's not a ghost.
Yeah, it's not a ghost, it's a hacked game, and I will give you that the first half is interesting to some degree, but I feel like it's like a hacked game to where it's like, oh, it's a hacked game, it feels like a modern Pokemon game of just like, it's too easy, you can sweep with one Pokemon, and he never even captures another Pokemon, and just like, and so it feels like a little too much going his way, and then suddenly the creepy elements coming in feels way too try hard.
Mm.
To me, this is a hot mess.
S tier. Look, I like Security Breach. Is me liking garbage things surprising?
I mean, that's fair. That's
I mean,
fair.
with Security Breach, it's a so bad it's good type thing. With Strangled Red, I genuinely just like it. It's a guilty
Yeah.
pleasure, I guess. Except
Yeah,
I'm not
okay.
at all guilty about it.
Yeah, you have your guilty pleasure. I'm going to toss it out to the trash where the original game was.
That's good. Anyway, on to more hot garbage.
Yeah, oh, this one, like, we both can agree is fucking hot garbage.
Oh, the image alone. This is disabled. Literally just called disabled. What a fucking name.
Now we're getting into the good shit of, oh my god, this is really bad.
This is like where it goes downhill, and it's like, oh my god. Yes, give me the bullshit. Anyway, literally named disabled. That's the Pokemon Creepypasta. When it comes to Pokemon, my favorites have to be Jigglypuff and Wigglytuff. When I was a little girl, I'd dream of having a puffy Jigglypuff. I even used to have a bunch of Jigglypuff and Wigglytuff plushies. They would surround my pillows, and each night I would cuddle with a different one, just to make sure they each got some love. Anytime my Jigglypuff... Yeah.
I will. This is cute. This is not giving the same vibes as fucking Snow on Mount Silver. This actually genuinely sounds like just a little girl.
Yeah.
This is cute.
It's like, I like Wigglypuff. I have plushies and I hug them.
Like, that just sounds like a child.
Yeah, that sounds like a child. It's like, I have to make sure I keep switching them out so everybody gets all the love, an equal amount of love. I'm just like, okay, yeah, that's sweet, kid. Pat, pat.
That's a little baby. Pet the baby.
That's just a baby. Which makes this is a creepypasta even more horrifying.
Yay!
One kid gonna die at night.
What kid got that night? Anytime my Jigglypuff or Wigglytuff used sing, I would hum the little tune with them, thinking it made my chances better for the opposing Pokemon to fall asleep. I was very naive back then, but it was blissful innocence, to be honest.
Yeah, that sounds like a little kid thing to do. Just like, don't you know? Just like singing with your Pokemon when they sing increases your chances.
He's just a baby.
Like a playground rumor.
Yeah.
I can believe that.
Hell, I even played Jigglypuff in the Brawl games. I didn't care if anyone else didn't like her. I did. So when I got my hands on Pokemon Soul Silver when it first came out, I, of course, made it my mini mission to find a Jigglypuff and Wigglytuff. I went through the game, waiting for Puffs and Tuffs to show up. I encountered the occasional trainer with a Puff or Tuff, but I soon found out that Jigglypuffs can only be caught in one set area, which I later found to be the game's Safari Zone, and Wigglytuffs could not be found in the wild at all for me. At that point, Safari Zone was not active for me, so I was stuck waiting a little while longer to catch my beloved Puff. After a week or so of battling and schoolwork, Safari Zone was finally available. I went there once I had a chance to go and went on a hunt for Jigglypuff, and, of course, it was not easy. I ran into maybe 8 in the first trip and lost all 8 of them. I remember calling my DS's Light a cheater. The next day, though, I finally caught my first Jigglypuff. I happily named her June and put her in my party ASAP. It took some time to get her up to the level of the rest of my party, but well worth it for me. I even kept her sing, since it felt so nostalgic to hear that lovely tune again. Sadly, school got busy for me for a while, so I was forced to put my game on hold. But once I got my free time back, I went right back to work, making sure all my Pokemon loved me, especially in my June. But I still didn't have my Wigglytuff. I didn't want to lose June, so I thought about getting an already evolved Wigglytuff. Since Safari Zone has proven its dislike of me... Oh wait, no, I read that wrong. I didn't want to lose June, so I thought about getting an already evolved Wigglytuff, since Safari Zone had proven its dislike of me. So I set a call aloud on the wireless trade asking for a Wigglytuff, any gender and any level. I wasn't picky at the time, and now I wish I had been picky. In exchange for a new Wigglytuff, I put out a wonderful bred Totodile that had some killer moves, even for a level 6. I waited for hours, thinking someone would see the quality right away and send a trade. I waited days. Maybe someone would just happen to want a Totodile to raise. The 2 weeks had passed, and I still had no response. I had already given up hope and was ready to use a moonstone on June. I ended up checking one last time to make sure, and I wanted to get my Totodile back somehow, if no one was going to take him. But it didn't send me to the main menu for the wireless trading. Instead, I got the dramatic evolving music, and a Pokeball came flying from the top screen to the bottom. Finally, I got my Wigglytuff. I quickly logged out to see my new friend, a female Wigglytuff, level 26. The name was a bit odd though, disabled, in all caps. I didn't get why someone would name a Wigglytuff that, but I had seen stranger names for Pokemon. I just wish I could have changed it, but for some reason, you could never change the name of traded Pokemon. Its information was a bit odd, but I was never one for those kinds of details or learning the meanings behind those details. Gloomy nature, and it only knew one move, Sing. I don't recall ever seeing Gloomy before, but I had seen Timid, so I figured if they can be shy, they can be sad too. Though, you would have to wonder what Pokemon would be Gloomy, and the fact that it only knew Sing did bug me. It would have been nice if its previous trainer left some more moves, but I had some nice TMs to try on it anyway. Sorry, my throat's getting sore.
That's
Despite the off information, I was eager to try out the Wigglytuff in battle. I checked my character's bag and picked the best TM I was almost sure would work. I ended up picking Hidden Power, Swagger, and Explosion. I headed over to the nearest patch of grass and walked around aimlessly looking for a fight. The battle music came on, and the Pokemon was a Ponyta. I picked Fight and used Sing just to make Wigglytuff's first fight. Wigglytuff's first fight was easy. It failed. That's how the sentence goes. Just to make Wigglytuff's first fight was easy. Well, I knew Sing didn't always work, so I didn't think anything of it. Ponyta used Tail Whip. It was cute, but only lowered my defense. My turn again. So I used Hidden Power just to see if I was in the right place for it. I wasn't, since I barely made a nick in the Ponyta's HP. It used Tail Whip again. I figured the game was using that same trick the lower level Pokemon used. This time, I tried Sing again. The screen acted like it had used Sing, but there was no sound. Sing was disabled. I just stared at my screen. How was Sing unusable? Was it a stupid trick? I let Ponyta used its Tail Whip again. That's not English. Or that's not grammar. But then Wigglytuff shook a bit like it was suffering from an effect. I thought I saw the sprite change, but then I realized that I probably got a glitchy Pokemon. I cussed a bit, pissed that I got a good Pokemon, that I lost a good Pokemon for a hacked one. I didn't want this one messing with my game, so I picked Run. Disabled wants to fight. You could not leave the battle. Oh, come on, I remember saying out loud. I kept thinking that it was probably about to ruin my game. I thought Ponyta was about to attack this turn, but it didn't. Its little sprite shook like it was poisoned. Ponyta was frozen in fear. It might not attack. I knew this was getting too weird. I tried to pick Run again, but another weird text came up. Disabled wants to fight. You cannot leave the battle. I didn't even see the text was different this time. I was about to pick another option. I couldn't run, so I fought. I tried Hidden Power again. Power was disabled. I had to pick another one. I tried Swagger. Swagger was disabled. What was doing this to moves? All these questions popped up in my head, one after another. What did that guy who gave me this Wigglytuff do? I had to escape. I can't keep this Pokemon. I knew I could just turn the game off, but I wanted to see what was happening. I wanted to see what was wrong with my Wigglytuff. I was stuck with only two options, Sing and Explosion. Sing was already disabled from past attempts, so I could only use Explosion. That move would take out the Wigglytuff and Ponyta too, ending the battle. I thought maybe it was a good thing. Explosion was disabled. I didn't even have a chance to react before more text came up. Disabled tried using Sing. Sing was disabled. It was doing it on its own. The sprite started shaking a bit more than before, or more obviously. Ponyta is frozen in fear, can no longer escape from battle. I felt my heart start to pound. Maybe this was what Ponyta was feeling at the time. Disabled tried to use Sing. Sing was disabled. Disabled tried to use Sing. Sing was disabled. Disabled tried to use Sing. Sing was disabled. And then it just says it over and over and over again.
okay, so let's see. Mention that they can brace up the game, overly scare protagonists, player that's in control of. Well, it's not player character, but losing control, so I'm gonna count that. Impossible battle. I'm sorry I wasn't speaking up before. I was just like
Oddities
kind
with
of.
battling Pokemon.
Yeah, battling Pokemon.
I think that's everything right now.
Yeah.
Each time the text passed Wigglytuff's sprite, sprite turned dark and darker. Oh well, you can add change to the sprite. Disabled, you struggle. I watched in horror as the Wigglytuff used struggle, like it had no other moves to use. Most of the time, it didn't even hit the Ponyta, just its Wigglytuff, like it was hurting itself. The Ponyta finally fled from the battle and the sequence ended. I wish I could have gone with it, since Wigglytuff was first in my party, and it was walking along with me on screen. Its colors looked dirty, and red could be seen on it. I turned my character to talk to it. Ellipses. It didn't say anything to me. I tried again, becoming strangely desperate to figure out what was happening to the Wigglytuff I was so joyed to finally have. Ellipses. I just wanted to sing. I wasn't sure who was talking. Maybe it was a voiceover, I thought. I talked to it again. Why? Why can't I sing? Just sing. Sing. Each time I spoke to it, its cry grew softer and softer, like it was a toy breaking. You were about to say something?
Character in game talks to the person they're playing, I guess.
Would that count? Or...
I mean, it's gonna talk to the player in a second, right?
I think so.
So.
I began to feel bad for Wigglytuff and head back for the city to heal it. It was the least I could do before I turned my game off, taking it back to the time when I barely got it, before I used it. Sadly, we didn't get far. We encountered another Pokemon battle, another Ponyta. I picked Run, but just like last time. Disabled wants to fight. You cannot escape the battle. No one had time to react to what happened during this fight. Ponyta was too slow for some reason and was stuck in battle. The options menu did not come up for me. Disabled tried to use Sing. Sing, 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 sing. That's the only way I can describe what, like, the text is. There's an elongated S. There was so much text, it moved off the box itself. It was finally glitching out, I thought. Disabled, you struggle. It struggled and 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 struggled. It says it over and over again. With each struggle, Wigglytuff took more and more damage, so this time the Wild Ponyta got hit more this time too. The Wild Ponyta fled. I thought the fight was over, but the battle screen stayed up. I began mashing the buttons, thinking maybe it was going to talk again and I needed to press A or B. The screen faded and changed to the evolving screen. I couldn't speak. My heart sank and I felt my eyes water. The once normal Wigglytuff sprite was faded. Its left ear was torn off, and red pixel covered the broken end. Its tired eyes were pitch black, with only a red dot to show its pupils. Even its mouth had red coming from it, like blood was dripping out.
Yep, there it is.
Why can't I sing? Why? Can you sing? Yes or no? I picked no. I just want this to end. You're lying. You can sing. Give me your sing. Yes or no? I hit no about 4 or 5 times. Sing, sing, I don't know how else to make that sound. The speakers let out a high-pitched screech, making me drop my DS to get it away. I ran out of my room and called a friend. I couldn't touch the game after that. A friend came over, seeing as I could not hide the panic I was feeling. She laughed at me, but I told her I wasn't touching the game. She picked it up for me and looked at it, shaking her head as she turned it off and closed it. She handed it back to me. I think you broke it, she told me, leaving my room and heading for the living room. She stayed with me the rest of the day and night. I couldn't get that image out of my head. The next morning, with my friend sitting next to me, I put the Wigglytuff up for trade. I found someone that was offering a Cyndaquil in exchange for a Wigglytuff. I hit the button as hard as I could, wanting to hurry it up. The trade went through. I still have that Cyndaquil. Whoever had him named him Hurry. And last second reference to a well-known creepypasta. As remember, Cyndaquil named Hurry. That's from Lost Silver.
I'm surprised by how little cliches there are.
And just like we said, having these cliches doesn't necessarily make creepypasta bad. This one should be a good side of it, because wow, it's bad!
Yeah, that was not good.
This is shit. But it's so bad, it's like silly.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because you said we didn't have a lot, I'm guessing no bingo?
Yeah, no bingo. It's all like in the most basically like top, like very like right hand side for the most part.
Man, we've only had one bingo so far.
Yeah, maybe it's also me and how I decided to like mix up like all the like text and stuff. Maybe it's just like I was like all spaced out. It's not like
Good bingo.
like yeah. Maybe if I like shuffled around some text, it would have like gotten like several other bingos.
Once again, like most of these are like you're not an actual bingo, but you're bingo in our hearts. And now we can go to my favorite, Hellbell Reel. And when I say favorite, I mean this sucks and it's awful. But every time I can't get this out of my head, I consistently think Hellbell Reel.
Yeah, and I remember you said just when you found out what shiny bronze on looks like, you're just like, wait, it doesn't look like that?
Yeah.
Like you're surprised by the actual shiny. You're just like, wait a minute, what?
I have been conditioned by the purple. Anyway, next one, because we already talked, we said we don't like disabled, so next one, Hellbell Reel. This was one I especially wanted to read because it's shit, I love it. You ready?
Yep.
After the 4th generation of Pokemon disappointed him so much, my brother tossed me all his Pokemon stuff in disgust. Great start.
Okay, calm yourself.
I received hundreds of cards to add to my collection. The Blastoise plushie won at King's Island 9 years ago, and the Diamond game that completely swept away his love for the game and all things associated with it. That chapter of his life came to a sad close while mine just gained something to continue on. Admittedly, the game...
Why are we going into this story? What the what does this have to do with anything?
That is a previously owned game.
Oh, previously owned game file, gotcha.
Yeah, literally just set up for that.
Okay, gotcha, fine.
It's so bad, right? We're barely started.
Yeah, it's so bad I couldn't tell that we checked another thing off the list.
Admittedly, the games that had come out for the DS disappointed me as well. There was just something about it all that made the magic the games normally held fade away a little. As a person who grew up with the originals, Generation 4 simply wasn't my Pokemon anymore. Regardless, I wasn't going to turn my back on something that accompanied me through childhood simply because the game disappointed me a little. In fact,
Oh my
I
Christ.
wanted Diamond. Delago was 100 times better looking than Palkia, and I rather enjoyed the thought of finally getting to be the one to catch it this time around instead of having to hack one or trade for it. Before I continue, I must tell you that this doesn't involve Dialga at all. I just like it, and originally wanted Diamond, but had to settle for Pearl because my brother got to it first. Cool, so this is all unnecessary context. Whee! This does start off with a legendary Pokemon. However, though, I'm certain that if I had used any other, the outcome would have been the same. This happening seemed to be meant for me. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't have happened at all, which I would have been completely fine with. I started up in his saved game just to see what all he had. His save information said he had all the Pokemon in his decks, even the ones that had yet to be released through wireless events, which reminded me that he really enjoyed using actual replay codes to enhance his game experience. That was probably the only thing that caused him to keep the game for as long as he did, and even cheating gets old after a while. After starting his game, I checked his party. He had 6 shiny, level 100, Rayquazas? Also, sprites are distinctly different because that includes a mention of shiny Pokemon.
Yeah.
Like all the other Pokemon he owned, he caught them using the lengthy Encounter Any Pokemon code where you had to discard heart scales to indicate which Pokemon you wanted to catch at level 100. While the Pokemon encountered with this code were about as weak as if you had given them a large number of rare candy, I still recall losing to these six frequently. I had used this code myself throughout my first playthrough of Pearl, and I traded these across the net to increase my chances of winning at the lottery. Or, at least that's what I did before a friend scolded me and I was more or less forced to start over cheat-free. What?
Why? That's
Why?
stupid. That's your own gameplay, my dude. Who cares if you're using cheats? Have fun.
Have fun! And you're giving them away! You're giving away level 100 Pokemon!
Yeah, you're giving away hats Pokemon, which some people like it, some people hate it. Like, just fucking don't.
Okay. While he needed no Pokemon to complete his Pokedex and he didn't need to win any extra items, trading was always a fun experience for me just to see where they came from. So I went to Jubilife?
Jubilife, I believe.
Jubilife City. That took me that.
I think I thought you were like reading off like a website at first. And I'm just like, I don't know, and
No.
and then and then it got really close. I'm just like, oh, the place in Okay, yeah, Jubilife.
Jubilife City to the. Excuse me, I'm allergic to this.
I'm allergic to shitty creepypastas, but then again, I should have been sneezing a lot.
Yeah,
if that
I
were
would
the
have been sneezing a lot. So I went to Jubilife City to the Global Trading Center to see what I could get for one of these Rayquazas. I knew I could have traded anything, but I secretly held a grudge against these six for beating me so badly all those times. Once in the trading network, I offered one up for a Brazon that I picked at random out of the first list. And of course, I couldn't choose a gender, but I chose the required level to be 100, just to make it more or less an even trade. After that, I left for a little while. After doing nothing particular interest for about 6 hours, I came back to see if I had any takers for the trade. I immediately got excited when the trade sequence started up. I know it was just a simple Brazon, but still, I like this process a great deal. You could send me a Magikarp and I'll get excited for a little bit. You know how the process goes. I won't bother explaining the actions on the screen to you. Long story short, I received a shiny Brazon named Hellbell. Hellbell real, Hellbell real, Hellbell real!
Calm down.
I'm sorry, Hellbell's so fucking silly to me. I was shocked to get a shiny in return. I never got a shiny when I traded in Pearl, but the name was unsettling to me. Being a slightly religious person, I'm not comfortable speaking about anything pertaining to hell or anything like that. Even writing me makes me feel like I'm provoking a similar event to happen again. Let's just hope this functions as a learning experience for you and not something else for me.
Oh my god, shut the fuck up. I am a devout Christian, therefore I can't say the HE double hockey stick. What do you take me for, plebeian? Yes.
I see the word hell and I start having a stroke on the spot.
Oh my god.
Not actually, but
This is why most people make fun of Christians, my dude. It's because of people like you. Shut the
this is why I make fun of Hellbell. Oh my god, it proceeds to get better! After leaving, I checked his stats. Everything was set as 666. Its old trainer was named Bielze, which again, both points slip into my sensitive area, and was caught at Lost Tower, but contained in a Cherish Ball.
Whoa, you sensitive area. Calm down. This is a stream on YouTube, my guy. Hey, yo.
Hey, yo!
No, because that sounds like Satan is just like going down your pants, my dude. Don't phrase it that way.
I thought you were a Christian. I thought you were a Christian. Why are you letting Satan go down there? It's so bad.
God.
Clearly it was hacked, but it's what I get for offering up a hack first. The stats and other information of the Pokemon disturbed me only for the fact that I didn't like its name or information, but I assumed it was fine otherwise. How dare you make me look at this shit!
How dare you make me type out the words hell? How dare you?
How dare you make me type out the number 666? Oh my god, it's so bad. I fucking love it. Regardless, I didn't want it, so I tried offering it up for trade again. This would be where I'd gladly accept a Magikarp, but each time I tried to put it into the Global Trade Center, the game informed me that the Pokemon couldn't be offered in a trade. Sag. This had happened to me several times before when I tried to trade hacked legendaries. I assumed there's something in place that keeps people from getting truly ripped off, but I was able to trade that Rayquaza and Belze? It's supposed to be Beelzebub, so I assume it's Belze. Was able to trade me Hellbell this go around. I didn't know why it wouldn't allow me to offer it again. I still wanted to get rid of it, so obviously the only other option was to release it. Before I went to the PC, however, I checked the item it was holding. A sender had attached mail to it, which was always fun, even though your choices for what to say are severely limited, and the letters always come out painfully cheesy. That's one of the things I don't like, the revamp of the mail system. I chose Hellbell and selected to read the mail, though the letter wasn't set up like it normally was in the game. It looked like it had actually been typed out like you used to be able to do in Gold and Silver. The message was only 3 words long. Take me back. I wasn't quite. Take me back. I don't want to be in this goddamn story.
Yeah. Also, can we the Pokemon party slash boss that danger doesn't degree since you can't trade it back?
Yeah. And
Like-
also Pokemon not wanting to leave because they try to remove it from the box, but it comes back.
Yeah. Okay.
Hmm. I wasn't quite sure what that meant. I certainly couldn't trade again. Even if I could, there was no way I could make sure Hellbell got back to Beelze, so I discarded the message and went to the PC to return it. I don't know what this voice is. I selected the deposit Pokemon option and selected Hellbell to release it. But each time the party sprite shrunk away, it immediately came back with a message saying something along the lines of, Hellbell doesn't want to leave you. Again, this had happened when I was clearing out my PC box in my second playthrough of Pearl. I wanted a little more room and decided to release the Shinx that I had caught early on in the game, but it kept coming back. I had thought it was cute then, and made the Shinx, now a Luxray, a permanent member of my party since it appeared to like me so much. But now it was just annoying. Okay. When I checked Hellbell again, it was holding another mail item, which made no sense because I had taken it away the first time. I opened it and read a slightly longer message. I can't... fuck. I can't burp. Fuck, hold on. I can't go back on my own. Take me back. Again, I took the item and tried to release it. Another failure. When I tried to simply deposit it, the game told me to remove the mail item from the Pokemon before depositing. I know I had twice, but upon checking it, Hellbell had yet another mail item in its possession. Lost Tower. It was simply getting more. It was finally getting more specific, which I found oddly relieving rather than feeling a little uneasy as I probably should have been. At first, I knew where I wanted to. At least I knew where I wanted to go. Maybe I'd leave my party after I took it there. I'd like to know why this Pokemon was making my game behave so strangely. The Pokemon was hacked, not the game itself, as far as I know. A decent hack doesn't affect the game, and a bad hack can make it crash. But this was doing neither. More like something in between. Eager to get rid of it, I left the Global Training Center and stepped down to Jubilife. Ugh. I was too impatient to pick an actual flying type out of the PC, so I just taught one of the Rayquazas the move Fly and chose to use it. But when I picked Solacian, Solakian?
I believe. I don't fucking know. Gen 4, I don't fucking know.
Solacian, we'll go with. When I picked Solacian town from the map, the game informed that I couldn't fly there. I know my brother had visited that city before, I don't know why I couldn't go there. But I didn't take the time to actually think about it. I just flew to Hearthome instead. I didn't waste time in Hearthome. I simply left to travel through Route 209 to get into the Lost Tower and hopefully rid myself of this strange Pokemon somehow by taking it where it wanted to go. I immediately noticed the lack of people on the route. Granted, I don't remember who all was there to battle and things of that sort, but I know there were at least a few there. The area there was completely vacant. Well, not completely. There was one person quickly pacing back and forth where I believe an athlete once ran that I didn't quite recognize, the sprite of a white-haired old man. Curious, I spoke to him, which is when it began to get a little weird for me. He didn't say anything that made sense, but babbled over and over or an annoyingly long amount of time, much like when you speak to a specific cyclist on the bike trail in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. You know, the one who knows where you got your bike because the name is all over it. Anyway, the dialogue is ring the bell, 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 over and over and over again. That meant nothing to me. I didn't bother speaking to him again. I just continued on to the tower. Oh, sorry, it's so pretentious.
Mm-hmm.
Once inside, I tried to go up the stairs, but something prevented me from moving for a moment. I thought all the hacked Pokemon finally made my game screw up, but that wasn't the case. After a moment of complete silence, the sound of a deep brazen bell began to slowly toll. If you're curious about how that exactly sounded, start up your Heart Gold / Soul Silver game. That bell, that's the noise. After about 4 rings, the tombstone in the center of the room cracked and shattered like someone had used some rock smash on it. Beneath the tombstone was a hole. Since it wasn't allowing me to go up the stairs, I walked over and fell through it. When I landed, I fell on a platform much like the one you find Arceus on in the Hall of Origin. Don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about. We've all hacked that event. Okay.
What if you never knew of that? Okay, sure, yeah, sure. Let's just let.
Yeah, you keep talking, okay. Only it was much darker, where the transparent platform was white and glowing for Arceus. This one was more of a black and red. It just seemed evil rather than the holy vibe you get from the Hall of Origin.
Oh my god. Shut.
I'm a Christian.
Coming from the platform was a set of wide stairs that looked as if they were made of black marble rather than white. There was no way back up. Couldn't fly, no diggers, and I was escape rope poor. So I took the stairs and the bell, which I now assume was Hell Bell, considering the Brahmin song is indeed a sort of bell, continued to ring slowly. By now I was feeling incredibly uneasy. Wouldn't you? But I continued down the stairs. As I went further, it began to get foggy and a little darker. When I reached the bottom, I was met with
I think this is just like some like weird fucking like event Pokemon or just I would be memeing with you, let's be honest. Just like, oh my god. Just like it doesn't have like the light thing of Arceus, you know what that means, hun? I've gone to hell!
I've gone to hell! When I reached... No, it gets even more hell, because immediately next line, when I reached the bottom, I was met with a narrow path with large pools of magma / lava on either side. It was beginning to look more like the cave in which you encounter Groudon in Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald with better graphics, of course.
I see the lava. Oh my god, hun, there's lava here. I actually am in hell. Holy shit.
Go straight to hell with the Hell Bell. The Hell Bell has brought you to hell.
I feel like if this happened to me and I was just like Mimi on you, you would fucking lose it.
I would.
Of just like shit. I'm talking just like, oh my god. And then just what? I dropped down a pit and there's lava here. It's like the opposite of like the Arceus event. I'm actually in hell.
I would fucking lose it.
Yeah.
The path continued in a straight line for about 40 steps before hanging right for another 40 and finally going up. Did you fucking count it?
I love how we both just immediately, my dude, did you count it?
The final path was long. Magma still bubbled at the side, and with each step I took, the ringing of the bell began to go faster. At least as fast as the large bell was allowed to ring, which was still just an ominous slow tolling. Though, with each ring, I couldn't help but repeat what the old man NPC had said earlier. Ring the bell.
Oh my god.
Finally, I reached the end of the pathway, which was just a small 4x floor platform. Okay, and the bell stopped ringing. I wondered what I was supposed to do here. There was nothing here to do. No way to release Hellbell and no way to get out. I received my answer in the form of a disembodied voice. A dialogue box popped up and said, "Oh, you've returned Hellbell to me. I really appreciate it." He faded into view one space ahead and in front of my sprite. It was just a simple gentleman sprite, and the party sprite of Hellbell came out of me and stood in the space between us, facing him. He gave for me that I handed over Hellbell. Next, a thing popped up on my touchscreen. It looked like the part of the trainer card where you sign your name. Again, the voice spoke. "Would you mind telling me your name, please, so that I may thank you properly?" Now this confused me. Well, everything that was happening confused me, but this really threw me for a loop. First, the game should know the character name programmed into it from the start, and as far as I know, it can't actually recognize handwriting. Regardless, I began writing my brother's character's name, which was Dust. I made the first stroke, it was in black ink just like normal, and made a D, but the voice stopped me. No, your real name, please. I can't thank you with a false name, you know." My heart felt like it stopped for a second and sunk right into my stomach before violently bounding back up into my chest. How the hell did the game know that I wasn't signing my real name?
Okay, overly scared protagonist is also a character in game taunts the IRL person playing.
Your real name, please. After I began writing. Why I was listening to this, watching it all play out, when I could easily just turn it off or start a completely new game, I don't know. Hey, Peter. The thought simply didn't cross my mind at the time. I don't think it was allowed to. Oh my god, this shit is ass.
Is complete ass.
The ink in which I was now writing was a bright red color, but I still wrote my full name, first and last, in the space it was provided. After I was finished, the man spoke again.
Sounds like I'm talking through a toe. Oh my god.
What? Hun?
I figured out why it was. Okay, this needs a little context for the stream. So, before the stream started, my day has been really bad when it came to practically everything. My extension cord wasn't working, and just things in general was shit. Everything has been shit when it came to my chargers. It's been really bad, really awful. It's just been a really bad day today, and my chargers haven't been working right, or at least my phone charger has been working right. The LED one I have, the lights aren't working on it, and then my usual one, I haven't checked on it all day. I just went to plug in the old one I had. The old one I had that I usually use, and what I saved to use if and when the LED failed me. I just went to plug it in, and I felt resistance as I was trying to plug it in. I was trying to say that my mic was going to sound like a toaster, because the way to properly plug it in is where the USB for my headphones are. But I was still met resistance. I'm just like, what the hell? And I looked, and
Oh no.
and I realized where the USB is to plug it into the actual phone. There's a little bit of like rubber, like tape, like not tape, but like a little bit of rubber padding to where it just like, so that way you don't like jam it in too far. It like stops it, like a stopper. It had exploded and melted onto the
God!
Yeah, it's and now I realize what smelled like burning earlier, because I smelled burning while I plugged everything in, and I heard a bzzzt sound after fucking after the extension cord being plugged in, and I'm just like, okay, I'm stopping. And I realized what that burning was. It was because my old charger fucking exploded and started burning up too hot.
Dear Lord. This sounds
So
way
now-
more dramatic with the music.
So now I have a broken phone charger, and I'm not sure if the usual one even works.
Oh boy.
So that's great.
Very fun.
I'm going to be right back. I'm going to steal the charger from the living room. Pray that it works and I don't overclock it or do something to it.
Should I
I'll be right back.
should I continue reading in the meantime?
Go ahead.
Okay. So left off, sign name, space I was provided. After I was finished, the man spoke again. Good. Now blow, please. We don't want the ink to smudge. I blew into the mic and the ink turned from bright to deep red. I was unable to make any changes after that. Afterwards, the screen disappeared and the man spoke again. Thank you, miss. You'll be happy to know that you now belong to me. The bell tolled twice more as my sprite, currently male, turned to face me and shifted to the female sprite, brown hair, wearing all black, just like I was at that moment. Hellbell moved forward, overlapping my sprite, and a final dialogue box popped up. Hellbell used imprisonment. After that, my DS battery died. I was shaking, I'll admit, but it just seemed like a twisted event brought about by some sort of secret in the game unlocked by Pokemon. But now, I can't sleep. Food seems to turn to ash in my mouth. No water can quench my thirst, and people and animals both act as if the shadow of death is passing by them when I'm near. I'm not my own anymore. I belong to that man and Hellbell. I don't know what became of that Pokemon, but if I received it, someone else is surely to do so. Use caution while using the trading system. And that's the end of Hellbell.
I mean, good God.
It's so bad!
Does this also count in the category of don't play name of game played?
Maybe? Also, the game cartridge
I mean-
is no, that one. The game somehow, some godforsaken way affects IRL things. That's definitely there.
Yeah, right. Nobody's like dead or insane,
Yeah.
are they?
Well, it's not mentioned that anyone is dead or insane, but food turns to ash in their mouth. Does this count as surprise it's haunted? I feel like it should count.
Yeah, I feel like that should count as surprise. It's haunted.
Like, surprise! That's the devil.
Yeah, I mean, at some point somebody's gonna be dead, right? Because you're gonna starve, right?
Yeah. And also, no water can quench the thirst.
Yeah, so, I'm just saying that to double make sure, because that way we can actually get a fucking bingo!
Yeah!
One singular bingo!
One singular bingo. I'm surprised it's not two, honestly. Anyway, I feel like I've made my thoughts abundantly clear on Hellbell. It fucking sucks, and I love it. And every time I see a Brazong, I'm like, oh my god, Hellbell real! Every time I play Pokemon and I see a Brazong, my mind just goes immediately to Hellbell real, Hellbell real, Hellbell real. Without fail, every single time. Because it's Hellbell. Hellbell real. Also, Hellbell is stereotypically drawn to be purple, but the shiny is not. It's not purple. So I got confused when I saw the actual shiny, which was like a green color. And I was like, wait, that's what shiny Brazong looks like? I have been lied to. It's like, and all the art for it, it's always purple, always purple, always purple. I don't know why. I cannot fucking tell you. But anyway, Hellbell! Bingo! Yay, my favorite my favorite has bingo. Now, unlike with Strangled Red, which I genuinely enjoy, I genuinely think it is good, even though I admit it has flaws. Hellbell's a piece of shit, and I love that. I love it. I love that it's a piece of shit. Oh my god. Anyway, you got everything settled, hon?
Yeah, I'm going to have to later message, our next door neighbor, so not giving out names, to re-give me back my Ascension core because, yeah, I think just both of my chargers are just kind of fucked for no reason. I think it, like, hyper charged, like, the charging block and made things explode. So I don't think the extension cord was the problem like I thought it was. I think I just have to switch back to the regular one and just say that, the 2 USBs that I have are just shit.
Man.
And pray that, I don't accidentally re-overclock this new one that was in the living room. Or something. Or just, like, warn my grandma that, like, hey, these USBs without the LEDs, they weren't working, like maybe like a month or two after you got them. They're pieces of shit. They're garbage.
Yeah, you definitely need new charger. I can fucking speak.
Anyway.
I definitely need chargers, especially because my old one's fucking broken because of this mess. Anyway.
Skittering up to you and asking what your thoughts are on Hellbell.
I mean, what is there to say, really? It's...
I forgot how hyper Christian the protagonist was. I will say that.
I mean, Jesus Christ, I was expecting a lot more cliches, but just in general, like, fucking... It's just a piece of shit. I don't know what to tell you. It's just like there are so many.
So bad.
It's so bad. The main writer is so fucking pretentious and goes on like tangents that seem like completely like unrelated. It's just garbage.
Oh, I feel like if anyone ever makes their own like Pokemon Creepypasta like cliches bingo, one of the things should be added is Pokemon elitism.
Yeah, that should definitely be like something like.
Cause wow, that actually appears a lot more than I expected.
Yeah.
It is ridiculous. Anyway, next one. Blue Tears, another one that's just oh so bad. Are you ready?
Yeah, maybe just like swap it out for just like this game somehow some Yapersigwe Fetsing IRL should be just like the catch-all for just like dead insane,
Yeah.
like things
fair.
like that. Yeah, and then replaced with the Pokemon elitism.
Yeah. Anyway, Blue Tears. Oh my god. This one I remember I was actually reading it like out to you and I fucking lost it at multiple points. Like,
Yeah,
just started
I remember like
unbearably
I
laughing.
remember. Yeah, I remember I was playing through Pokemon Violet while you were reading this, and at several points I just kind of looked up from my game and looked at my phone while you were doing the call. I'm just like, what the fuck is this hot garbage that you're spewing to me?
That's
What the fuck is this?
obviously that's signs of good things. Let's start. Blue Tears.
Oh boy.
Pardon me, sir. How much do you want for this? It's free. Take it. What are you sure I can pay you for? I said you could take it. Now get out of here. The above was a brief exchange of words between a very edgy young man, possibly in his late 20s, and myself at a yard sale I happened by. Immediately right off the
Okay,
bat,
that's yard sale and the overly traumatic language. I remember you reading this out, and I'm just like, Jesus Christ, this man is far too posh.
I feel like he's trying to write an essay.
Yeah, I feel like I'm just watching like a mustache like twirling British man with a monocle going, I say I will throw $100 away for this Pokemon game, and this is like just this dude who's just trying to sell this game is just like, my guy, just take the stupid game.
Please, just get out of here. I like to imagine
Please, just
he was
leave me
saying,
alone.
I said you could take it and now get out of here. It's not because he wanted so desperately to get rid of the game, like it actually is, but actually just because he wanted this person to get the fuck out.
Like, you radiate, rich boy, that I don't have the time or the energy to deal with somebody like you. Jesus fucking Christ, get the fuck out of here.
Also, between a very edgy young man, possibly in his late 20s, and myself, a very edgy young man, I always find the most interesting things at yard sales and flea markets. I'm normally there for books, but I'll occasionally happen across something else I find worth my time.
Jesus Christ.
I didn't find any books this time around. The entire sale seemed to be comprised of children's toys, clothes for both little boys and little girls, as well as some items I expect a young married woman to use. Silken night clothes, stacks of cheesy romance novels that I had no interest in. I can't read pure romance. I need something like murder and mystery to make it interesting.
Oh my god, shut the fuck up.
Jewelry, as well as several cases of makeup, most of which appear to be half used.
Also, children's, like, you're like sneering down at it, and seeing as this is a Pokemon, like, creepypasta, I'm assuming just like, oh, there's such a children's thing, and just like, shut the fuck up. It's rated E for everyone for a reason, you fucker. Shut up.
I found the used makeup to be in bad taste. If you no longer had a use for it, throw it away! Don't try to peddle what's touch your face to other people. It's disgusting. I kept these thoughts to myself, however, as the man running the small junk sale seemed far from stable.
Oh my god. Okay, first of all, this dude just seems like a guy that's just selling his shit, and he probably doesn't know it's even then, I guess to some degree I agree that, like, the used shit, just like giving it away is kind of, that feels kind of like, there's so many germs that are on your face that you could transfer to other people, but like, on the other hand, it's a fucking yard sale. And my dude probably doesn't know the difference between something that
Like-
isn't used and is used.
I know what happens later, but the way that this protagonist is like, oh, he's this edgy, shady, clearly not stable man. But with what we have so far, he just sounds like a guy.
Yeah, he just sounds like a guy that just wants this man to leave. And I honestly wouldn't blame him. I would also just like this posh man, just like, oh, you're sure I could just like da 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 da, and I'm just like, dude, shut the fuck up. I'm not working like a goddamn like customer service shops. I don't need to have patience with you. This is my own yard. Get the fuck out of here.
As I was about to leave, something blue peeking out from underneath a small gray plush caught my eye. Colors always catch my attention, especially blue.
Oh my god.
So I lifted the plush to
Oh my
examine
god.
it. I'm not making this up. This is the fucking dialogue. This is what's being said.
I know that's the dialogue, but holy shit, my guy. Colors catch my interest. Yeah, do you know yeah, colors catch your interest, my guy? Guess what? So does every fucking human on the planet, if it's bright enough.
That's
come
why
on, my
Pikachu is
guy.
fucking yellow. That's why Pikachu is fucking yellow.
Yeah, it's bright, it catches your eye, and like, come on, my dude. Colors catch eyes, yeah, no shit.
To my surprise, it was a Pokemon Blue game. Not that I've been looking for one, but I felt like experiencing a little nostalgia. Even though the first generation of games wasn't my favorite, it reflects back to a much simpler time in my life. Back when I had a very tiny mustache instead of this large one. That's not in there. I just like to imagine a posh little boy with a mustache playing Pokemon and being like, I do say! It reflects back to a much simpler time in my life. The cartridge had the word Tears written neatly in black across the image of the Blastoise. The game
my God,
cartridge
there
damage
it
were written on
is.
the sticker.
Huh.
Also, yard sale if we haven't checked that off already.
Yeah, we did.
I don't remember if we had. I assumed
Yeah.
it was a nickname of some sort. Perhaps the previous owner of the game cried a lot. It was within a bunch of child things. Perhaps they were young enough to be labeled a crybaby by others, and Tears was just a nicer name. I'm not sure. Anyway, I got the game for free, but I left $1 on the table just so I'd feel better for taking it. God.
Oh, look at me. I have such moral high ground. I left $1, even though it was supposed to be free. Look at me. Like, I'm such a good person
I
that
might as well
totally
be
didn't.
donating thousands to charity.
Like, oh, okay, my guy. Just because you walk a old woman across the street and get some brownie points, that doesn't make you a good fucking person. Shut the fuck up.
When I got home, I started the game in my SB and turned it on. The sound of the startup screen was greatly distorted. It sort of fluctuated from being several tones lower than normal to being nothing more than a low rumble. It was unsettling to say the least.
Oh my
Naturally, I
God.
assumed the game was faulty, but I thought I'd play through until something froze up on me. The previous owner, this Tears person, still had a game on file, as would be expected with a used game. Previous owned game file.
Yep.
But no information about playtime, character name, or anything else of that sort was displayed when that option was highlighted. Curious, I chose the previously started game just to see where they were with everything. A child was bound to have an interesting game with creative names, insight into the innocent mindset that was slowly becoming rarer with each passing year.
Oh my God. Shut the
Upon choosing the previously saved game, I was met with a black screen and silence. I felt disappointed. The game seemed to already have messed up on me. I was just about to turn it off when a dialogue box popped up. I began to read, but the text was moving painstakingly slow. A bunch of ellipses. I've been robbed of everything. My title is champion, my grandfather's respect, even my Pokemon are dead because of you. I won't stand for this. I will come to find you. Pokemon has died, not fainted. I was confused. Who was speaking? Who were they speaking to? My heart rate had picked up out of what I assumed was fear.
Yep.
It had been a while, but I knew this wasn't normal. A curiosity continued to keep me locked onto the game.
Okay. It slowly circles overly scared protagonist and mentions that they can't fucking me. Fucking.
As the black screen
Oh.
As the black screen faded away, the music belonging to the inside of the Pokemon Tower began playing perfectly. The sound obviously wasn't as broken as it appeared to be at the beginning. The scene revealed when the black faded was that of the appropriate area, the Pokemon Tower. The not so familiar to me sprite of your in-game rival, Blue, was standing in front of one of the many graves inside the tower. He stayed there for several minutes, the disturbing music continuing to play throughout his silence before he finally said something. The sense today for the both of us. With that, he left the tower. My screen followed him as he stood outside the tower. You're saying the tower so many fucking times. The music did not change to Lavender Town's normal depressing music.
No, this reminds me of I had to earlier with like a can that was like open like soda can. I don't know why we had it, but like there was an open soda can nearby, and I had to like fish out a worm from like the dog bowl outside, like the dog water bowl outside. This is what this creepypasta reminds me of: fucking dog water.
It took us a bit, but we got there. Oh my god.
Yeah, you like how I went on a rant just to call this shit dog water?
I mean, I would have just said this is dog shit, but also Lavender Town mention.
Yeah, fucking Lavender Town, fucking god damn it.
Rather,
Again with the bullshit. How many times must we teach you this lesson, old man?
it's a cliche for a reason.
I know, but still.
Rather, the haunting tune from inside the graveyard continued to play through on a loop. As much as I wanted to turn down the music, I couldn't bring myself to do so. I couldn't
Oh my
move the
God.
character after that.
Okay, player lose control
Yeah,
player
player.
character.
I couldn't move. I couldn't tell if it was another assumed glitch of the clearly hacked game, or if it was hesitation on the character's part. After another minute, he finally spoke again. Fly. Even though there was no voice getting to the character in the game, with the speed in which the text moved, there was an almost obvious feel of depression about him. Ugh, depression.
Oh my
Not
god.
in my Pokemon game. Sorry, the depression not my Pokemon game was an add-on from me because the obvious feel of depression about him feels so fucking pretentious.
Hmm.
I opened the start menu and checked Blue's party. All he had was a Pidgeot which had no level. I checked its stats. The only move it knew was the requested action to fly, and all of its stats, except for health, were at 0. As I found this, I didn't question it and chose to fly. Pokemon party is acting strangely to some degree. I think this counts. Because it has no
Yeah.
level, all stats are at 0, only one move.
Yeah.
When the map opened up, it was black, save for one small square that was marked Mount Silver. I knew this wasn't possible. Mount Silver was a Johto, which had yet to be introduced in the original Pokemon games. Regardless, it was my only destination, so I chose it. The typical animation of the trainer sprite turning into the bird sprite and flying off took place, and sure enough, I landed in front of the cave entrance to Mount Silver. Rather than having the sprite shift back to Blue Sprite, his image moved to the left of Pidgeot's sprite. They faced each other for a moment before a sound, much like that of entering or exiting a room, played, but in a much higher tone. It sounded as if something had broken. When Blue spoke yet again, "Fly away. You're free." I began to assume the noise was the sound of a Pokeball breaking. The Pidgeot cried out once before doing as its former master commanded, and flying away. After his final Pokemon flew away, the haunting music continuing to play, he faced the entrance. "I'm coming for you." I now had the impression that this was a mission of revenge, and with the way he was
Oh my-
speaking, it was a revenge of the darkest sort.
Oh my god. Yeah, I forgot how bad this was. Now you're reading, I'm just internally just like, kill me. This is absolute. Oh. This may be the worst one of all.
It dawned on me to check the items he had on him. I don't know why this thought crossed my mind, but given the ongoing circumstances, it felt there would be something there. And there was. There was only one item in the list. Knife. An item that certainly wasn't programmed into the game under normal circumstances.
No fucking shit!
Okay. Oh god, it's so fucking stupid. After I picked the option to use it just to see what it did, Blue said, "Not yet." After that, I was unable to control the character anymore. It was as if he wanted me to get him there and see his single item just to get the gist of what he was planning. But that was it. The rest was all his own. Blue stepped into the cave, and he trekked through the stone maze of the cave. He said cave twice in one sentence. Fuck. He never encountered any Pokemon, but I could faintly hear distorted cries mixed in with the music. I'm not sure, but I believe they could feel the negative emotions coming off of Blue, and they cried out in concern. I'm not making this shit up. Finally, he reached the chamber that harbored Red in the Gold and Silver games. Blue's pace slowed a little as he approached his rival, and the music, dark as it was already, lowered considerably, making it infinitely darker. As the two rivals faced each other, Red simply greeted Blue with the silence I had become accustomed to in Pokemon Gold. However, Blue didn't take to this very well as he shouted in apparent anger, "Don't ignore me like you have everything and everyone else!" A battle ensued, but the normal music didn't play. The darkened music at the Pokemon Tower continued. Something weird with the battles. By this time, other people were home and were becoming quite annoyed with the volume of music, so I was forced to put in headphones as I still couldn't bring myself to actually lower the volume. Disturbing as it was, the music had some sort of hold on me.
Oh my god, shut the fuck up!
I stared at the game screen as the battle opened up. Obviously, since Blue had no Pokemon, he never called anything out. Neither did Red. In the battle option box, the four options of fight, Pokémon, item, and run weren't all there. All there was to choose at the moment was item, so obviously he chose it. The only thing there to use was the one I had mentioned before, knife. It was quickly selected on its own and went back to the battle screen. Now, the only battle option available was fight. In the fight menu, Blue only had one attack at his disposal.
Go on, hon. What is it? What is the one move? What is the one move Blue is allowed to fucking do? In this god-awful creepypasta? Jesus Christ!
Blue had only one attack at his disposal. Murder! I couldn't regain control of the game. There was no option to run. I couldn't bring myself to turn the game off and what had quickly become a disturbing experience. The only choice there was to sit there and allow Blue to murder Red. After selecting the attack, Blue shouted, "This is for everything!" And a typical attack animation, much like Tackle, played out. Only, instead of a single strike, Blue attacked repeatedly. The dark music in the background began to pick up its pace and become more high-pitched. It was painful to listen to, as it reverberated through my headphones, but I never removed them. Red's sprite flickered in and out as he took the damage, and as his health into zero, a gurgled screeching sound broke through the noise of the music, replacing it only briefly as Red Sprite faded into something that looked more like a decaying body or fading away completely with the screech. There's the sprite. My heart was pounding. I was beginning to get a throbbing headache, and yet my eyes remained glued to the screen as the remainder of the scene played out. As the music replaced the screen once again, another dialogue box popped up as Blue spoke yet again. Bunch of fucking ellipses. "See you in hell." The battle options box moved up. I read forward slightly. The battle options box popped up again. Fight, the only remaining option. Blue selected it yet again, but instead of murder, the attack option available. The attack option available was suicide.
Oh my fucking god.
There was a moment of hesitation, but Blue finally attacked himself with less fury than he had Red.
Does this count as impossible battles?
I guess you technically have no choice but to lose.
You know, suicide is the lose condition of any game, like the game of life. I'm
Shut
sorry.
the fuck up.
I'm sorry. I'm coping so hard with how bad this fucking how bad this creepypasta is.
It is so bad. As his own health fell to zero, a lower gurgled screech replaced the high-pitched Pokemon Tower music. His sprite faded away only when the decay sprite faded in. He wasn't facing the battlefield. He faced me. His screech continued on, growing in volume to the point where the pain it caused equated that of a migraine, and yet I still kept the headphones in. Oh,
Shut the fuck
oh
up.
shit,
No,
we
you
got a
would not.
badass over here.
You would not. You would take that shit off immediately because, ow!
My eyes locked onto the dead, hollow eyes of blue as he continued to scream before the screen started. It began to flicker. It was slow at first, but it quickly picked up to a rapid strobe effect. The scream grew in volume
Jesus
and
Christ.
pitch one more time before the screen simply cut to black. I held my breath. My heart pounded so hard against my chest that it hurt. I deeply hoped that it was over, but considering the fact that I couldn't move or even hear any noise outside of my headphones, I fearfully assumed that it wasn't. And I was right. White lettering began slowly typing out across the black screen, and as each word formed, I read, I finally got my revenge. The life you ruined is now faded away, but I don't think it's over yet. My suffering has ended, but yours has only begun. I'll be watching your
Yep,
strife with a grin on my
there's-
face, and when it all ends, I'll see you in hell.
Yeah, character talking to the IRL person playing.
Though I had a full battery just a moment ago, the light turned red and the system turned off. My nose began to spill blood for several minutes.
Actual bleeding, there we go! Ding ding ding! Fucking bingo!
And I ellipses hold on. My nose began to spill blood for several minutes. Ellipses and ellipses. I ellipses. I'll never be able to describe the terror I felt. More ellipses. I'll never be able to describe the terror I felt afterwards. More ellipses. I'll never be able to describe the terror I still feel. Ellipses again.
Okay, so when the IRL is dead, it's insane, can we say that?
Well, yes, but
This-
not for the reason you think.
Yeah, oh, also, the game somehow, some godforsaken way affects IRL things.
Yeah.
So that is automatically 2 more pickups!
And we're still not done! You see,
Checking out all of the boxes.
the very next day on the news, they announced that the very same man I purchased the game from, I won't
Oh,
release
right.
his name, had called the police saying he had killed his wife 3 days prior and buried her in the backyard. When they reached his house, they had found him by the phone, dead. He had... Sorry, I still struggle to read this. He had slit his throat and committed suicide. There's a reason I gave that general trigger warning. It was
Yep.
also mentioned that several weeks ago, his 8-year-old son had murdered their 6-year-old son and then killed himself. I assumed that the game had done all this, and I'm next. I don't know how much longer I have, nor do I know who will die at my hand, but you deserve to know this. Never play Blue
Yeah.
Tears.
Yep,
And
there it
that's
is.
it. That's how it ends.
You wanna know something funny?
What? Tell me.
We only have 5 fucking blank boxes. That's it. Everything else is fucking filled.
How many bingos is that?
That is 3 bingos.
God damn.
1 in each direction. The only ones we didn't do is Surprise It's Haunted, reference a famous creepypasta, which I'm surprised by. Game turn off and the audio still plays even when it's supposed to be muted, or won't turn off and or the audio still plays even when it's supposed to be muted. It's because my man apparently didn't think to turn it off! Pokemon not wanting to leave, box data released, which is the opposite of what happens, and Missing No mentioned, which I'm extra surprised by.
Oh my god.
Because might as well add a Missing No for flavor! Fucking hell!
Holy shit, it's so bad. What are your thoughts? I mean, do
You
I even
know
need to
my
fuck?
thoughts!
I was gonna say, do I even need to fucking ask? It's so fucking bad.
It's
It's so try-hard edgy as well.
It's so try-hard edgy, and I can't tell if that's why they picked the posh character to represent it instead of the snarky asshole. So that way it was just a little less usual, because fucking Mickey's sniveling coward rich boy is, I guess, opposite enough to justify the rest of your fucking fanfiction bullshit. Which I'm not gonna even, like, correct myself and say creepypasta, because it's not creepypasta, it's just bad fanfic.
Wait,
Taking
hold
the
on!
mask of
I just realized something. At the beginning
What?
of the story, they mention in the yard sale that it mostly seemed to be comprised of like children's toys, clothes for both little boys and girls. But at the end, they mentioned 2 sons at age 6 and 8. Why is there girls'
Yes.
clothes?
Excellent fucking question. I don't know. I don't want to know. Every part of this fucking fic doesn't make sense. So I don't know why we're questioning this of all things.
I love the part where the posh man starts nosebleeding out of nowhere after Blue says, "I'll see you in hell." And we still have one more lined up. Do you want to do it?
Sure, why not?
I don't actually know if I've read this one before. I simply picked it because of the title. Everything dies!
Also, we're definitely fucking ending the stream after this because A, that mentally degraded me, and B, it is nearly fucking... No, it is midnight for you, isn't it?
It's almost 1 a.m. actually.
Yeah, fucking almost 1 a.m. It's time to stop the stream after this. How many words are there? Do you know? Is there a word count somewhere?
I'm not seeing a word count.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
This
Thank
one actually
you.
isn't a Pokemon. Actually, wait, I just skimmed through it. I don't think this one is a Pokemon game. So we can maybe just skip this one.
Is it one of those, like, lost media sort of fucking creepypastas of, like, the anime?
No, it's from the looks of it, it's a similar thing of the Pokemon Creepypasta de-evolution, where it's from the perspective of a Pokemon.
Oh, okay, yeah, we're skipping that.
I would like to read this one line. My mother was described to be wild, a feral, if you will.
No, that's the point where we're done. You're done. You're done.
You're done. You're done. You're
That's
done.
it. That's enough. That is enough.
Turning off the royalty-free music.
Wow.
It's bad. It's so bad.
Yeah. Blue Tears was bad.
What a way to end the stream, though.
What a way to go.
Ending it
Holy
with Blue
fuck.
Tears.
I hope y'all enjoyed this absolute fucking this clusterfuck of creepypastas, both known and not very known.
I'm pretty sure most of these are known to some extent.
Yeah. Yeah, we explored the really popular ones. Some of them you can definitely tell are more for nostalgia reasons. Others are just downright bad, and
If I were to point out the ones that I genuinely do like not ironically, I would have to go with Glitchy Red and Strangled Red. But
the red ones are really good.
You differ with the Strangled Red a bit, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Like I said, that one's not perfect, and Glitchy Red's definitely better than it. But I like both of those, genuinely. And I like the premise behind Lost Silver, but I don't like the execution.
Yeah, the premise is cool. Eh,
Everything else is dog shit.
absolutely. Anyways,
Snow Unknown,
and
Silver, Disabled, Hellbell, Blue Tears especially are all bad. And you can find the links to each and every one of them in the description. You can also
and
find a link to the music I played throughout the stream.
yeah, and then here, hon, I'm sending you each and every one of the bingo sheets completed.
Awesome. I will be posting these to Twitter.
Yeah,
Oh my
the bingo
god,
definitely
the
needs a
fucking Blue
remix.
Tears one.
Yeah, the blue tears one. Holy fucking
We should
god.
absolutely come back to this with like a different bingo sheet.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a little bit switched up. Some places like kind of like improved so that way like maybe we take inspiration from like some of the ones that got really close. That way we can inspire. Just like okay, we'll move that here and this here and that here. So that way we can like
We need to add Pokemon elitism.
Pokemon elitism needs to go on there. Yeah.
Oh my god. Anyway, hope all of you enjoyed. Happy early Halloween, and you guys can join me for a proper Halloween on Halloween.
Mhm.
As Ryan mentioned earlier, uh, they don't know if they'll be there, but I'll be there. So come join and have fun. Anyway, this has been honestly really funny. I've enjoyed this.
Yeah.
And I hope you
Yeah.
all have a good time. Good night. Stay safe. Goodbye.